2025 국제노동페스타에 참석해 주신 여러분 고맙습니다. 오늘 곧 있으면 행사가 시작될 텐데요. 오늘 행사 일정에 대해서 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후부터 진행될 2025 국제노동페스타 대화의 날은 청년 고용 포럼을 시작으로 디지털, 그린 경제에서 포용적 청년 고용을 위한 혁신과 솔루션을 주제로 섹션 3가 진행됩니다. 이후 1터에서 청년의 권리와 참여를 주제로 섹션 4가 진행될 예정이고요. 섹션 5에서는 청년 고용 행동 계획이 발표될 예정입니다. 그리고 어제와 마찬가지로 행사장 밖의 로비에서는요, 경기도와 세계 노동 정책을 소개하는 부스들, 그리고 다양한 게임, 웹툰, VR 체험 등 체험 콘텐츠들이 준비되어 있으니까요. 오늘도 많은 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. 그러면 장례를 좀 정리해 주시고요. 로비에 계신 초청 내빈분들께서는 안내된 좌석으로 착석해 주시기 바라겠습니다. 원활한 기념행사 진행을 위해서 소지하고 계신 휴대전화의 전원은 꺼주시거나 매너 모드로 바꿔주시면 대단히 감사하겠습니다. 그리고 오늘 행사 시작 전에 어제와 마찬가지로 테이블 위에 동시 통역기가 올려져 있습니다. 원활한 행사 참여를 위해서 동시 통역기 사용 방법 알려드릴까 합니다. I will let you know how to use the interpretation receivers on your table. Channel 1 is English, Channel 2 is French, Channel 3 is Spanish, Channel 4 is Korean. Please select your preferred language to ensure smooth participation in this event. 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 행사 시작 전에 테이블 위에 동시 통역기 사용 방법 안내해 드릴게요. 어제와 마찬가지로 채널 1번은 영어, 채널 1 is English, 채널 2 is French, 채널 3 is Spanish, 채널 4 is Korean. Please select your preferred language to ensure smooth participation in the event. 감사합니다. 그러면 본격적으로 오늘 행사 시작해 보겠습니다. 오늘 2025 국제노동페스타에 참석해 주신 여러분 대단히 반갑습니다. 저는 오늘 진행을 맡은 KBS 아나운서 김진현입니다. 반갑습니다. 네, 어제 함께 행사를 진행했던 박민설 아나운서는 지금 방송을 마치고 또 여러분을 만나기 위해서 열심히 오는 중이니까요. 잠시만 기다려 주시기 바랍니다. 어제 정책의 날에 저희가 청년을 위한 정책과 앞으로 우리가 나아갈 길에 대한 심도 깊은 대화를 나눴습니다. 오늘 대화의 날에서는요, 청년 고용에 대한 얘기, 또 청년 고용의 혁신에 대해서 이야기를 나누고 우리 청년들의 청년 고용 행동 계획을 발표하는 시간 갖도록 하겠습니다. 그러면 지금부터 2025 국제노동페스타 대화의 날 행사를 시작하겠습니다. 청년 고용 포럼은 세계 청년과 정책 결정자가 청년 고용의 해법을 모색하는 자리로 아시아에서는 처음으로 이곳 경기도에서 개최됐습니다. 이번 포럼은 청년들의 목소리가 직접 정책에 반영되는 자리로 청년들의 연설과 그룹 토론을 통해서 고용 혁신을 모색하는 소중한 기회입니다. 오늘의 논의가 청년 고용의 새로운 전환점이 되기를 저도 함께 온 마음 모아 바라겠습니다. 그러면 청년 고용 포럼 맞이해서 축사를 먼저 청해 볼까 합니다. 손필훈 고용노동부 기획조정실장님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 실장님 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
네, 안녕하십니까. 고용노동부 기획조정실장 손필훈입니다. 이거 근데 한국말로 이렇게 해도 되는지 모르겠네요. 예. 먼저 오늘 이 국제 청년 고용 포럼에 참석해 주신 세계 각국의 청년 여러분 진심으로 환영합니다. 저는 대한민국 고용노동부 기획조정실장 손필훈입니다. 먼저 30년 전 이야기로 오늘 여러분 환영하는 인사를 시작할까 합니다. 1995년 미국의 제레미 리프킨이 노동의 종말 The End of Work라는 책을 썼습니다. 1996년도 그때 저는 대학원을 입학했었는데요. 대학원 수업 교재로 이 책을 읽었던 기억이 있습니다. 기술 혁신이 전통적인 임금 노동 일자리를 소멸시키고 미래 사회 일자리는 제3섹터, 더 third 섹터에서 만들어질 것이다라는 만들어야 한다라는 그런 제안이 있었습니다. 그 다음에 1997년도에 공무원 시험을 보고 1998년도 고용노동부, 그 당시엔 노동부였었는데요. 노동부에 들어와서 일을 시작했었습니다. 누군가는 일이 종말을 구할 거라고 하던 때에 저는 고용노동부, 그러니까 노동부에서 일을 담당하던 그 노동부에서 일을 하기 시작했습니다. 근데 다행일까요? 아직 노동이 끝나지는 않았습니다. 노동부는 고용노동부로 이름을 바꾸어서 1만 명이 넘는 직원들이 일하는 조직이 되었습니다. 그런데 정말 다행일까요? 지난 30년을 돌아보면 일은 종말을 맞이한 것은 아니지만 많은 일들은 소멸해 가고 있고 일의 세계는 큰 변화를 겪고 있습니다. 그리고 이제 앞으로의 30년을 다시 한번 상상해 봅니다. 이 자리에 참석한 고용노동부의 젊은 청년 공무원들이 있습니다. 30년 뒤에 그들이 하는 일은 과연 어떤 일일까요? 그때 고용노동부는 어떤 일을 하고 있을까요? 고용노동부가 담당하고 있는 일의 세계는 과연 어떻게 변해 있을까요? 국제청년고용포럼은 전 세계 청년들이 청년 고용과 일의 미래를 직접 논의하고 이 질문의 해답을 찾아가는 여정입니다. 그리고 우리가 일에 대해 갖고 있는 불안을 극복하고 새로운 답을 찾아가는 의미 깊은 여정입니다. 이 여정은 모두 아시는 것처럼 2012년 스위스 제네바에서 시작되었습니다. 2019년에 나이지리아 아부자를 거쳐서 2025년 한국 경기도까지 질문과 탐구의 여정은 계속되고 있습니다. 청년 여러분이 깃발을 들고 앞서가는 그 길에 이제는 중앙정부, 지방정부, 국제노동기구가 연대와 협력으로 뒤따르고 있습니다. 오늘날 청년 고용의 어려움은 더 이상 특정 국가나 지역에 국한된 문제가 아닙니다. 인공지능과 디지털 전환, 기후변화로 인한 일자리 변화, 새로운 고용 형태의 확산으로 전 세계 청년들은 불확실성을 마주하고 있습니다. 내면의 불안감은 외부의 불확실성보다 더 커져가고 있습니다. 커져가는 노동시장의 격차는 실망으로, 절망으로, 불만으로 확산되고 있습니다. 많은 청년들이 일하려는 의지와 역량을 갖추고 있지만 기회를 얻기까지의 문턱은 여전히 높습니다. 어렵게 얻은 일자리는 인간으로서의 충분한 존중을 보장하지 못하고 안정적인 미래를 그려가기에는 여전히 어려움이 큽니다. Now, if you allow, from here I make a speech in English for international fellows. For last decade, the International Labour Organization has emphasized the importance of decent work and the need to place people at the center of employment and labor policies. Today's forum is firmly grounded in this vision. Our discussions focus on inclusive employment in the context of digital and green transitions, workplace rights, and participation for young people, and the development of a youth employment roadmap toward 2030. Today, the true protagonists of this forum are you, the young people gathered here. Youth must no longer be seen merely as the subjects of policy, but as active partners who help design policies and set their direction. The diverse experiences and proposals you bring from every region of the world will offer policymakers, social partners, and international organizations critical insights, bridging divides and opening pathways to a new world of work. Of course, for youth voices to translate into real change, governments, social partners, and the international community must fulfill their responsibilities through sustained cooperation and commitment. Within this global dialogue, the Republic of Korea recognizes youth employment as a key national policy. We will not only strive to expand the employment opportunities for young people, but also work to ensure that those opportunities become truly decent jobs, shaped through social dialogue and cooperation. In close partnership with the International Labour Organization, Korea remains committed to contributing responsibly to global efforts that strengthen youth employment and labor rights. Dear young people, there are no predetermined answers today. The true value of this forum lies in the process itself, asking questions, sharing experiences, and discovering common solutions through collective reflection. May the discussions you lead today generate tangible improvements in youth employment and young people's lives worldwide, and advance international solidarity and cooperation to the next level. Finally, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the International Labour Organization, Gyeonggi Province, and all participants who made the forum possible. I look forward to hearing your honest and adamant, courageous voices fill this hall today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
여러분 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 빠르게 변화하는 고용 노동의 세계에서 우리 고용노동부의 역할을 앞으로도 기대해 보겠습니다. 실장님의 직접 경험이 담긴 진솔한 이야기 잘 들었습니다. 다음으로는 어제 행사를 또 이끌어 주신 분이죠. 이상헌 ILO 고용정책국장님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 뜨거운 박수 부탁드립니다.
So, good morning. So welcome to the day 3, actually including the very first day we met on Monday. I have spoken already a lot, so I'll be very short. First of all, I really hope all of you had an opportunity to see around a little bit here or in Seoul. And it was rainy yesterday, so hopefully today it will be better. As I understand, there are lots of entertaining activities actually prepared for tonight. Let me first thanking all of you once again, youth participants, partners and colleagues for the energies and creativities and commitment you have shown over the past 2 days. As I said yesterday and the day before, your voices are heart of this event. And they remind us why we are here. And especially for the young people and all around the world. Yesterday, if I remember correctly, we explored a sort of critical role of the local communities in promoting decent work and youth employment. We saw a lot of examples of how province and local actors can make a difference in creating jobs and decent jobs and opportunities and close to where young people live. So we also discussed about the digital transformation, how actually digital transformation is shaping the labor market, and how these changes must be managed to ensure fairness and inclusion. Also, you heard about the lots of different perspectives and ideas on this matter. But overall, as far as I can see, the message was very clear. Youth cannot be passive observers of all this transition and debate. You must be active shapers of all of these changes. So this conversation, in that sense, matters greatly once again, because the world work is changing very fast, even faster than ever, I believe. And technology is creating new opportunities, but always with a new risk. And climate change demands lots of the urgent actions, but the shift to green economies must be just and inclusive. And at the same time, the inequality persists, and too many young people still face unemployment, informality, and all the jobs that do not respect their rights. We heard all of this yesterday again and again. So what can we do? So this is why your engagement is so important, because solution cannot come from the top down. We know this very well. So these solutions must be built with you, and more importantly, for you. So that brings us today. So today is about dialogue. Today is about action. It is about the moving from ideas to commitments, and you will all work together today to identify practical solutions for inclusive employment in digital and green economies, and also to ensure that rights at work and meaningful youth engagement are not just aspiration, they are realities. This is your place to lead, to innovate, and to make your voice heard. In that respect, we just launched it by our Director General about the very important publication which our colleagues, Susanna will show. Come over. So, if you don't mind, I'm introduce Susanna officially here to probably introduce the training module very quickly.
Oh gosh.
Just 30 seconds.
Okay.
Why not?
And this was not prepared. Good morning, everyone. So we, as part of the commitment of the ILO to the promotion of decent jobs for youth, we are also aligned with the UN Youth Strategy that has one of the key foundations, youth participation, meaningful youth participation. So after a lot of consultations with many young people, with social partners and development partners, we have come up with this guide. It's a guide that helps us as ILO, but especially governments, employers, and workers, to work with young people as equal partners in the design and implementation of youth employment policies and programs. So we hope you check it out online, you use it, you adapt it to your context, and let us know how it goes and how we can continue improving. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Susanna. Unfortunately, these two copies are the only hard copies we have, so we cannot print them because we are talking about green economy, right? So your understanding, appreciated in that respect. So to conclude, as we begin in this day, I encourage you to think boldly and collaboratively, because the changes are great, climate once again, and technology disruption and inequality, but so is your potential to drive change. That is also our great asset. So you are not just actually future of work, you are its present. Your ideas, your energy, and your leadership can ignite progress for millions of young people worldwide. So let's make it today count. Let's turn dialogue into actions and action into impact. Together we build the present and can build a future of work that works for everyone. So thank you very much. Let's get started.
이상헌 ILO 고용정책국장님의 축사였습니다. 또 한 번의 축사가 이어질 텐데요. 어제 우리에게 청년 고용과 또 좋은 일자리는 무엇인지에 대한 여러 통찰을 전해준 분입니다. 호르다니아 우레냐 로라 국제노동조합 총연맹 사무총장님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 여러분 큰 박수로 환영해 주시기 바랍니다.
Compañeros y compañeras, les saludo una vez más en nombre de nuestra Confederación Sindical Internacional, la CSI. Y de verdad que es un honor poder dirigirme a ustedes nuevamente en este segundo día de la Festa Internacional del Trabajo, en un momento tan complicado como comenzábamos a hablar ayer. Compartir un poco de nuestras perspectivas desde el movimiento sindical nos parece importante. Las discusiones de ayer evidencian que el mundo cambió. Y ciertamente, ante estos cambios, necesitamos reaccionar. Necesitamos reflexionar cómo nos llegan esos cambios, cómo recibimos esos cambios, pero sobre todo cómo vamos a actuar ante estos cambios. ¿Nos preparamos para ello? ¿Nos estamos preparando para esas dimensiones que se plantean en el mundo de hoy y en el futuro, desde la perspectiva de las trabajadoras y los trabajadores? Es importante reflexionar al respecto. Desde el movimiento sindical entendemos que la juventud debe ser protagonista en todos los espacios de desarrollo, en todos los espacios de discusión política, en todos los espacios de construcción colectiva de un mejor mundo. Insistimos en que la juventud no es el futuro lejano, la juventud es el presente que moviliza ese futuro. Insistimos en que la situación que vive el mundo del trabajo hoy impacta directamente a las y los jóvenes. Por eso decimos presente en esta actividad. Entendemos que espacios como este toman cada día más importancia, más relevancia, porque nos permite compartir, nos permite debatir diferentes puntos de vista, pero también nos permite construir en colectivo una visión y una perspectiva para avanzar en conjunto. Ahí resaltamos la importancia de los mandantes, del trabajo conjunto dentro de la OIT, de los mandantes, los gobiernos, los sindicatos, y los empresarios, porque así, justo así, construyendo colectivamente, colocando los temas que realmente nos afectan y buscando las alternativas para dar respuestas, es que vamos a lograr realmente avanzar. Desafíos importantes escuchamos ayer, vamos a seguir escuchando hoy, que existen, pero también hay otros que están por venir. Por eso creemos en el trabajo conjunto para construir un mundo laboral mejor, mejor vida, dignificación de la vida de la gente, incluyendo a las y los jóvenes. Que ayer también escuchábamos el impacto que tiene el desempleo juvenil con ligeros avances, pero aún así hay un 14% de desempleo juvenil en jóvenes y 1 de cada 5 jóvenes no trabaja o no estudia. Y se les hace mucho más difícil a la población juvenil, 3 veces más difícil conseguir trabajo que a la población adulta. Bueno, la OIT lleva 20 años publicando el informe sobre tendencias mundiales del empleo juvenil y analizando estas perspectivas de desempleo juvenil que se caracterizan, ¿no?, por diferentes crisis y mucha incertidumbre. Por eso, desde el movimiento sindical internacional, desde las trabajadoras y los trabajadores, creemos en la juventud trabajadora, pero como protagonista y actores de la democracia. Defendemos una democracia que promueva la integración de los pueblos, el combate a las desigualdades, desde una perspectiva interseccional. Creemos que no puede existir una verdadera democracia sin justicia social. No podemos creer en ninguna democracia sin igualdad de género, pero tampoco sin la participación de las y los jóvenes, porque sería insatisfactoria. Una democracia que no tenga estas características y una participación de jóvenes y mujeres de manera activa no nos sirve. Así que por eso insistimos en que vamos a seguir luchando por la igualdad, por la equidad, por las oportunidades para todas las personas, incluyendo a las y los jóvenes. Con las juventudes vamos a seguir promoviendo una agenda de justicia social, de justicia de género, un sindicalismo feminista, un sindicalismo sociopolítico, pero también con la juventud vamos a trabajar en la construcción de la paz en un mundo rodeado cada vez más de distintos conflictos. Necesitamos convenios colectivos que incluyan más acceso garantizado a acuerdos de aprendizaje, educación obligatoria, apoyo a las matrículas de jóvenes trabajadores, cursos de formación profesional, educación superior y garantías obligatorias de empleo a nivel inicial, programas que tengan que ver con el desempleo juvenil liderados por los gobiernos. La juventud trabajadora se moviliza en diferentes partes del mundo. Ejemplo de ello, India, Nepal, Sri Lanka, Finlandia, Indonesia han aumentado su representación juvenil en los liderazgos y eso es lo que necesitamos, eso es lo que queremos, pero también en las Américas tenemos una representación política que aumenta en coherencia. De hecho, nuestra confederación regional, la CCA, por segunda vez tiene dentro de su dirección máxima a una joven de apenas 28 años. De hecho, está aquí la compañera Nayeli, es una directiva de una confederación regional que representa más de 50 millones de trabajadores y trabajadoras en esta región. Y eso es un ejemplo de coherencia entre prácticas, entre teorías y prácticas, porque muchas veces hablamos de las oportunidades, de los puestos para la juventud, de integrarlos en los procesos y en las estructuras del liderazgo, pero eso se queda solo en palabras como hablábamos ayer. Sin embargo, hay ejemplos buenos y fuertes de estos liderazgos y de que se materializan, ¿no?, estos discursos en la práctica. Compañeros y compañeras jóvenes, hay que seguir luchando. Definitivamente hay que seguir luchando. No nos podemos detener. Hay que seguir creyendo que sí se puede. Hay que seguir creyendo que un mundo mejor es posible, pero un mundo con dignidad para todos y todas, un mundo sin discriminación, un mundo sin desigualdades, un mundo que realmente no deje a nadie atrás y donde las y los protagonistas o parte de las y los protagonistas sean las y los jóvenes. En esto creemos, por eso trabajamos, por eso luchamos. No se detengan, compañeros y compañeras. Los desafíos son grandes, las situaciones complejas son muchas, se cierran muchas puertas, pero si una se cierra, construyamos otras. Hay capacidad de más, hay visión política, hay propuestas, hay construcción colectiva. Las perspectivas de las y los jóvenes están puestas en la mesa en los diferentes espacios y con eso es que vamos a construir ese mejor mundo que no tan solo es posible, sino que cada día se hace más necesario. Compañeros y compañeras, seguiremos resaltando el rol de la juventud en nuestra construcción de un mundo mejor, el rol de la juventud en planes para lograr la justicia social. Seguiremos resaltando el rol de la juventud en todos los espacios donde podamos avanzar y aportar para que el mundo de hoy sea mejor y sea un mundo que responda a las necesidades de todos y todas. Que viva la juventud trabajadora, que vivan las y los que luchan y que vivan las y los jóvenes del mundo. Muchas gracias.
포르다니아 우레냐 로라 국제노동조합 총연맹 사무총장님의 축사였습니다. 다음으로는 또 어제 여러 사안에 대해서 또 다른 시각을 제시해 준 분이죠. 아마두 사코 국제사용자 총연맹 아프리카 지역 담당 자문관님의 축사가 있겠습니다. 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, dear colleagues, representative of employers and workers, young leaders, it's a privilege for me to open the closing day of the International Labor Festa and to speak on behalf of the International Organization of Employers. And this moment is not a formality. It's a moment of responsibility, of deep responsibility. We have exchanged openly yesterday about the future of work and about youth employment. So the question before us is no longer whether the work is changing, nor is the question whether youth employment is recognized as a priority. Across region, political declarations clearly demonstrate that there is more awareness on the issue of youth employment. Governments seek to enable more and more young people to contribute meaningfully to economic and social development because their inclusion, skills, and participation are central to long-term stability, innovation, and growth. It is also the aspiration of every parent to see the next generation achieve autonomy and dignity through decent work. Work remains central to our societies, and its quality is closely linked to social cohesion, individual fulfillment, and trust in our institutions. At the same time, the discussion we had yesterday, the discussion made clear that this ambition is accompanied with real concerns about whether economic growth always leads to jobs, concerns about environmental sustainability, about dignity, rights, job security, and social protection, concerns about inequality, about how incomes are distributed, and of course about technological rapid change, just to name a few concerns. And these concerns are more than legitimate. They reflect lived realities and genuine uncertainties. The challenge before us is therefore not to place growth against protection or opportunity against security, but to understand how these objectives can advance together. This brings us to a central question of this closing day: whether our economic systems are adequately prepared to translate shared ambition into concrete and sustainable employment outcomes for a generation that is larger, more connected, and more demanding than any before it. This challenge is global, but is not uniform. In advanced economies, aging population or tightening labor market and testing productivity and competitiveness. In many emerging and developing economies, demographic expansion continues to outpace the creation of productive employment, increasing the pressure on labor markets and social cohesion. Across all contexts, young people face a common paradox. They are entering the world of work with higher level of education than previous generation, yet face growing uncertainty in accessing stable and meaningful pathway. Recent data offer encouragement and caution. As recalled by ILO's DG yesterday, global youth employment has declined in recent years. Yet, nearly 1 young person in 5 worldwide remains outside employment, education, and training. And among those who are working, many are engaged in low productivity or unstable activities with limited prospect for progression. This gap between aspiration and reality sits at the heart of many of the concerns we've heard. Excellencies, dear colleagues, dear young people, employment outcomes are not shaped by intention alone. They're shaped by economic systems that enable or constrain enterprise activity. As I've mentioned it yesterday, globally, close to 90% of jobs are created by the private sector. This means that job creation depends fundamentally on the ability of businesses to invest, grow, innovate, and compete. Where these conditions are weak, young people adapt. You adapt. They move into low productivity activities, survival entrepreneurship, or short-term work. These choices are understandable, but they also reveal the limits of systems that do not generate enough productive opportunities. This is why youth employment must be approached as a challenge of productivity and value creation, not in opposition to dignity, protection, or rights, but as a condition to sustaining them. Productivity is not about asking people to work longer hours or harder. It's about creating more value with the same efforts through better organization, relevant skills, and effective use of technology. It is what allows enterprises to grow, invest in people, and offer stable employment. Where productivity remains low, even well-designed labor market policies struggle to deliver lasting results. At the same time, concerns about how the gain of growth are sometimes shared are also more than legitimate. Addressing them depend on sound governance, effective institutions, and policy choices that help ensure economic progress translates into broader social outcomes, including social protection, investment in public goods, and social cohesion. Many economies with established systems of protection illustrate that such mechanisms can work, even as they face new challenges linked to aging, fiscal pressure, or technological change. Skills are also central of the equation of youth employment. Sustained investment in education and training, including digital, green, and human and social skills, are indispensable. But skills alone are not sufficient. Training cannot substitute for job creation. Skills deliver results when they're aligned with labor demand, when enterprises can absorb talent, and when businesses' environment allow enterprises to expand. Persistent skills mismatches are a signal of misalignment between systems. National policy provide direction, but employment outcomes are shaped locally where enterprises operate, and young people make concrete decisions. Where local environments support investment and productivity, opportunities expand. Where they do not, fragmentation persists regardless of national ambitions. We have reached a point where ambition without implementation is no longer neutral. Delayed reform and fragmented approach carry real costs for young people and for social cohesion. Progress on youth employment depends not only on clear ambition, but on steady executions supported by conditions to enable enterprises to grow, innovate, and create decent work. As we close this festa, let us move forward from dialogue to direction, from concerns to constructive pathway, and from ambition to accountability. History will not measure our intention, but the opportunities we create for the next generation. Before I conclude, allow me to warmly acknowledge and congratulate the Gyeonggi Provincial Government and the International Labour Organization for convening this space. In particular, I would like to recognize the ILO employment team led by Mr. Sengon Lee, including Mrs. Susana Puerto, Mr. Sergio Andres Quezeda, and Mrs. Radhika Kapoor for their leadership and commitment. To end, to governments, this is a call to continue translating ambition into coherent policy and effective implementation. To the international community, development partners, businesses, and social partners, it is a reminder that progress depends on cooperation, investment, and alignment over the long term. And to you, the young people here today, this is an invitation to engage, to contribute, and to help shape opportunities through work that brings dignity, purpose, and direction. Thank you very much.
국제사용자 총연맹 아마두사코 아프리카 지역 담당 자문관이었습니다. 그러면 2025 국제노동페스타 청년고용 포럼 첫 세션 이렇게 마치겠습니다. 지금부터 30분 동안 커피 브레이크 시간 가질 텐데요. 무대 좌측에 보시면 커피와 다과들 준비되어 있습니다. 30분 동안 즐겨주시고 또 로비 바깥에는 어제와 마찬가지로 다양한 체험 부스 준비되어 있으니까요. 거기도 많은 참여 부탁드리겠습니다. 그러면 잠시 후 30분 뒤에 뵙겠습니다. 여러분 안녕하십니까? 2025 국제노동페스타 3일차 그 활기찬 시작을 알리는 세 번째 세션 진행해 보겠습니다.
네, 오늘 이틀째 첫날이었는데 제가 앞부분을 놓쳐가지고 앞부분에도 뭐 잘 하셨죠?
네, 그럼요.
네. 확실히 이틀차 또 오늘 3일차 시간이 되니까요. 확실히 좀 더 다양한 분들이 이제 국적을 떠나서도 좀 더 테이블끼리 둘러앉고 좀 더 가까워진 모습이 보이는 것 같습니다. 이번 세션은요, 디지털 및 녹색 경제에서의 포용적 고용을 위한 혁신에 대해서 이야기를 나눠보는 시간인데요. 오늘은 어제부터 이야기를 했던 이 지역 차원에서 개발된 혁신적인 고용 방안들, 고용 솔루션들에 대해서 저희가 공유를 좀 하고 또 이를 국가별로 프레임워크로 어떻게 확장하면 좋을지 논의하는 시간을 가져보려고 합니다.
네, 단순히 앉아서 수동적으로 듣는 게 아니라요. 여러분이 직접 일어나서 움직이면서 목소리를 내는 적극적 활동이 될 거라고 합니다. 본격적인 시작에 앞서서 서로 어떤 생각과 활동을 하고 있는지 알아보는 1미닛 아이디어 월 시간을 갖도록 하겠습니다. 오늘 진행은 저희와 함께 수잔나 프로토 곤잘레스님과 함께 하겠습니다. 수잔나, could you sorry. Could you please introduce yourself and about
Please join us.
about today's activities?
Good morning, everyone. We've heard a lot over the course of the last 2 days, and now we turn the center of the conversation to you, the youth. We've been hearing all about how you are central to this conversation, but now we want you to come up with concrete solutions to address the various challenges we've been talking about over the course of the last 2 days. So as you know, in this first session today, what we are going to be discussing is we're basically going to be exploring innovative solutions to advance youth employment in digital and green economies. Now, you've heard a lot about the digital and the green economies and their potential to create employment for the youth. Not just yesterday, but even prior to this in the webinars that you've attended that my colleagues Susanna and Sergio have organized for you. As you would have heard, there's some quite significant statistics. For instance, there's some estimates from the ILO which tell us that 6.4 million jobs can be created for the youth in the digital economy. About more than 8 million jobs can be created by 2050 in the green economy for the youth if we can achieve the net zero targets. So there is enormous potential over here. But of course, these gains are not going to be uniform. They're not going to be uniform across countries. They're not going to be uniform across regions, that is rural or urban. They're not going to be uniform across gender, male, female. And of course, there will be many marginalized who may be left out of this transition. So the question that then arises is that how can we realize these enormous employment opportunities that lie for the youth both in the green and digital economy? And what we want to do in our discussion this morning is to come up with very concrete solutions, 2 or 3 very concrete solutions which are replicable, which are scalable, and identify these when then those will lead into the youth call for actions. So let me break down what this question actually means about exploring and promoting innovative solutions for youth employment in the digital and green economy. We look at it through 3 lenses. The first component is about access and pathways, which is what are the key 1 or 2 local actions which could most effectively remove barriers for the youth who are entering jobs, who are looking for jobs in the green and digital economies. The second is the question about the supply side. What system-level actions can increase the supply of decent jobs for youth in the green and digital economy? And finally, the third question is about youth leadership and local action. So what local mechanisms can ensure that the youth are co-leaders of these solutions? So we are going to try and come up with 2 or 3 replicable solutions, scalable and replicable solutions, and we break that question down, those solutions, into these 3 components. Now, before we do a deep dive into this exercise, we want to just sort of get some initial thoughts from all of you. So we're going to see if we can actually put the Slido up, if it works. But basically what I want you to think of is just only one solution that comes to your mind that can help increase youth access to decent jobs in the green and digital economy. So, okay, I don't think the Slido is working. No? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to come down, and maybe we have 8 tables here, and on every table, if one person can give me just one solution, and let's see what is the key message or the key solutions that come up just in this initial icebreaker conversation. Okay, so which group can I start with first? Okay. Just one solution.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. This is Melako from Ethiopia, and I'm presenting from the steering committee of the National Steering Committee of Ethiopian Youth ILO. So I think as the name of one solution to enhance the access of decent jobs and green economy and digital economy. So I would say that strengthen a public-private partnership. Strengthen the public-private partnership and use unemployment impact that commit to open level of position for the youth and a green digital economy, and supported by a clear target and monitoring a mechanism and committed activities. So it means that in general is strengthening the public-private partnership.
So what's your keyword? Public-private partnership?
Yes.
Okay. Public-private partnership is one keyword that we heard here.
So I would say it would be the vocational...
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Sorry. So my name is Alexandra, and I represent the Netherlands, the FFE, the Dutch Confederation of Trade Unions, and I think one of the good solutions would be providing a lot of vocational schools in the green sector for the youth.
Okay, excellent. Who else? Can I come to somebody on this table now? One solution, one keyword.
Cecilia de México. Desde el liderazgo juvenil y la acción local podría ser fortalecer la tasa de afiliación sindical dentro de nuestras centrales a nivel local, ya que en las economías digitales no se promueve la acción colectiva, sino individualista a través de las nuevas formas de empleo como los freelancers.
Hola, Juliana Pavón de México, de Colombia. Perdón. Bueno, una de las cosas que considero que es muy importante es la apropiación de los patrimonios, tanto naturales y culturales. Si nosotros, los jóvenes, amamos nuestro territorio, amamos nuestra biodiversidad, vamos a buscar soluciones para su conservación Desde luego, la inteligencia artificial la podemos articular en el desarrollo de la agricultura, la aplicación de la ciencia, la tecnología y la innovación en cada uno de los territorios, conservando la biodiversidad, nuestra naturaleza, nuestra agua y todos estos recursos.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, I'm just going something from this table now.
All right, thank you very much. I'm by the names of Shanita Birunji, representing ITF. One solution from the former sector, I think we need to amend the CBAs, the collective bargaining agreements, to address the issue of decent jobs in the green digital economies. And when you look at the informal sector, then we look at the reskilling, more so the TVET programs on how we can adapt the green and digital economy. Thank you.
Okay, excellent.
네, 안녕하십니까. 저는 한국 라이더 유니온 사무국장 김지수라고 합니다. 저는 녹색 및 디지털 경제에서 청년을 위한 괜찮은 일자리 공급 확대하기 위해 필요한 시스템 차원의 조치는 무엇인가에 대한 답변을 드리고자 하는데요. 이제 저는 이동형 디지털 플랫폼 노동자입니다. 그런데 이게 배달 영역뿐만이 아니라 세계적으로 돌봄 영역부터 방문 서비스 그리고 물류 영역까지 이런 디지털 경제의 이런 핵심을 좀 떠받치고 있는 청년들이 있는데 이 노동자들이 있는데 이 이동형 디지털 노동자들에 대한 안전망, 기후에 대한 안전망을 좀 잘 만들어야 된다는 생각을 가지고 있습니다. 그러니까 폭염, 폭우, 한파와 같은 이런 기후 조건에 노출이 되어 있는데 이 청년들, 이 노동자들에게 더 좋은 괜찮은 일자리 조건을 만들기 위해서는 이런 기후에 대한 영향을 받는 사람들에 대한 사회보험, 국가 차원의 사회보험이 좀 필요하다는 생각이 들고요. 인도 같은 경우에는 민간 영역에서 이 기후에 따라서 보험 수당을 지급하는 파라메트릭 보험이라는 제도를 운영하고 있는 것으로 알고 있습니다. 그래서 한국 라이더 유니온에서는 이 기후 실업급여라는 것을 제안을 하고 있는데 이것은 기후의 영향을 받아서 당일 일을 못하거나 굉장히 위험한 환경에 노출되는 다양한 영역의 노동자들을 실업급여 형태로 휴업급여 형태로 수당을 제공하자라는 제안을 하는 것이고 이 기후라는 문제는 한국의 문제뿐만이 아니라 이런 정말 세계적인 문제이기 때문에 이런 대안들이 좀 제시되고 한국 같은 경우에는 지금 이 플랫폼 노동자들이 계약의 이 해지, 해고 뭐 이런 것들이 명확하지 않기 때문에 고용보험이라는 재원이 플랫폼 노동자들에게 걷어서 계속 높게 쌓이고만 있는 상황입니다. 그래서 이런 재원을 활용해서 기후 실업급여라는 새로운 사회보험 체계를 좀 제안해 보면 어떨지 이런 말씀을 드려봅니다.
Great. So the key takeaway of that was basic safety nets for the youth to manage the digital and the green transition. Correct? Okay. Yeah.
Is it on? It's on. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Fiji, Mi래’ from Fiji. I just have one thing to this question is, include young people when you're talking about policies relating to green and digital economies. Yeah, nothing about us without us, please.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Kelvin. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm representing Industry All for Africa. I think when I look at this question, there is a place of ownership. You know, because as at yesterday when we had the conversations around what was happening within the youth space and all of that, I could see that the conversations around youth were quite of missing, right? So we need to look at ownership. When we look at jobs in the green and digital economies, how are youth owning that space? Right? How are youth going to own that space? And I was happy when the ILO rep here was talking about economic systems that we have across the world. is that in today's system, you then see things that promote. I would not want to sound probably very direct, but you then see systems that promote some things that might not have inclusion of youth. At my tag yesterday, I had a tag that talked about tokenism. Say no to tokenism, right? But in those conversations, you could see that youth conversations or youth dialogue were missing in the conversation. So those are the things we need to also then encourage whilst we are looking at decent jobs in the green and digital economies, that youth to be in these spaces, to have a voice and then to speak to some of these issues. I think I'll leave it for that for now. Thank you.
Which is precisely the objective of this exercise that we're going to do today. Okay, anyone else? Okay. Let's move to this table.
Hi, everyone. I'm Terry. I'm from Egypt, and I work for a nonprofit called Education for Employment, and we work in the youth workforce development space. So in my opinion, I think the main thing that we should be focusing on right now is creating opportunities for green jobs for youth. And that is kind of a two-parter. So one part is working with employers to increase and expand the awareness of what a green job actually looks like. So redefining the concept that green jobs do not have to traditionally fall within sectors that are considered quote-unquote green. Green jobs can fall in any kind of sector. So working with employers to expand that definition, expand that understanding, and then trickling down that understanding to youth who are then applying for those jobs. And then the second part, and it's kind of very important, is kind of working with young entrepreneurs especially to also create green businesses and create green job opportunities of their own. So that involves, green business ideation and the green business model building and scaling and so on, and also connecting them to the resources that they need to succeed as green entrepreneurs in that space.
Excellent. Okay, so is there any table which is, no, I haven't come to you. Okay, that's, I think, the last table.
Hi everyone, my name is Grace and I'm from Malaysia. So in terms of a solution, if I had to just put it into one sentence, it would be a shift of mindset and approach by the government and education system. This extends to the family level as well, but for the purposes of the solution, I'm going to speak about the education system and the government, because eventually when the education system and the government sets the tone, it will trickle down to citizens as well. So in Malaysia at least, I don't know if this is an Asian mindset or just a Malaysian mindset, but the status quo is that formal jobs or professional jobs are viewed as primary, and all those youth who cannot fit into formal jobs then trickle down into these ambiguous platform jobs, and that mindset is quite problematic. So how to increase access is to enforce access through the education system and to inform youth of the prospects in the digital economy. Once that happens in the education system, then youth are aware that, okay, if I'm not a lawyer, doctor, engineer, there are other jobs out there in the gig economy, and they will be able to survive in a digital economy job.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so in the interest of time, if anyone else wants to contribute, if you can raise your hand and summarize it maybe in one sentence, because we do have detailed group work and then we come back and report to the plenary, so we get an opportunity to discuss these ideas again as well. This is just like an initial icebreaker.
Hi everyone, I'm Shelley from the UK with Unite the Union. One solution that I think of to increase youth access to decent jobs in green and digital economies is looking at the physical access for youth, especially in less developed or less urban areas. So that could be promoting more flexible and home or local working policies to expand the reach to youth that may not necessarily be able to access those jobs if they don't live in an area that has good transport.
Very good point. Okay, and I have one more hand here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Anna from China Enterprise Confederation. The approach I have in mind is sectoral collaboration. This is exactly how CEC operate. I would like to share with you our practice in this regard. China Enterprise Confederation focuses on addressing the core need of enterprises, especially SMEs, to help enhance their quality and efficiency. We build bridge between schools and businesses, organizing campus recruitment events. For example, our provincial enterprise confederation, Sichuan Enterprise Confederation, led over 180 companies to participate in university job fairs, offering more than 6,000 positions tailored to employment needs of young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, okay, one sentence, and then we'll come back, of course, later.
Good day, everyone. My name is Matari, and I'm from the Bahamas. I feel like one solution to increase youth and to increase youth access to decent jobs in the greenhouse and digital economy is integrating it in schools and universities so that they can graduate with the skills necessary to get a decent job.
Okay, excellent. So we have heard, I'll come back to you later. So there have been many common themes. I'm not going to try and summarize it right now because that's really what the objective of this session is. But one thing that really struck out was that, apart from the conversation around partnerships, the fact that youth need to be included in these conversations, the skilling and the education, also the understanding of what a green job is, what a digital job is, and making the youth aware of what these jobs are and where those opportunities lie. And be it the government or the employers or the unions, all have a role to play in this conversation about creating more information and awareness and understanding the opportunities in the green and digital economy. So with that, I think we'll now turn to the group work. So what we're going to do is that we are going to divide you all into 8 groups. And my colleague Sergio will just put up, the slide is there. The groups have basically been divided largely on the basis of language. So if I could please request you to move to the tables corresponding to your names. And then we are going to have the discussion, where once you've moved, we'll put up the questions on the board. So I understand that there are 2 Korean-speaking tables in this chart. If any of the colleagues would like to move to any other table, that's perfectly fine as well. From the Korean-speaking tables, if you'd like to integrate with any of the other groups, please feel free to do so. And then for every group, we are going to have one facilitator who is going to facilitate the technical component of the discussion. And the names of the facilitators are listed on this chart. Additionally, every group will need to appoint a note taker and a rapporteur. The rapporteur will come back in the plenary sessions when all the group work is over and briefly summarize the takeaways from their group discussion. And that basically pertains to the 2 or 3 key solutions that you would have identified to advance youth employment in the green and digital economy. So the rapporteurs will get around 2 to 3 minutes. So we have just half an hour for this group exercise, so we'll have to organize ourselves quickly and start working on the questions and start taking down the notes before we come back to the plenary. just come back, but can you appoint a note taker and a rapporteur who then present in the plenary? Which of you would like to do that? I'll be back in 2 minutes.
I'm your Google Translate. How are you?
Even better. So who's going to be the note taker?
How are you?
Oh, great. Excellent. Very
All
good.
going well? Ready to answer questions?
Everybody who has permission to speak that time, sorry I couldn't.
Ça va?
Okay. Structure changed. Our slides didn't work.
Oh.
So that's why. So yeah. So what
T'as pas
we
besoin de
can...
l'oreiller parce que là, c'est moi qui va gérer un peu. Si j'oublie, n'hésite pas.
We have to come up with 2 or 3 solutions to go back to the plenary. So we have
I'm just saying
3
that
questions.
sometimes I
really.
forget
So
to do the translation,
could
so I'm asking her just to
go
stop me and
question
say,
by question,
Sergio, no.
then identify maybe 1 or 2
I didn't
solutions
get it.
for you.
So as you know, we
whichever
need to answer to what's out there. And the idea is to come up
we have
with
basically half
three
an hour.
solutions, more or
A
less.
little less than half an hour actually.
So I think that
So
first,
what
I would
one or
propose is
two
to
local
more or
actions would
less
most
share. We
effectively
don't have
remove
much time,
barriers
unfortunately.
for
It's
youth
around
entering jobs
25
in
minutes.
the digital economy? Let's start.
So maybe they are not here.
My suggestion would be internships and
There's 2 people who didn't
The
show
idea
up.
is to share a bit
internships,
from your
apprenticeships,
experiences,
opportunities
and at
for
the same time,
work experience.
is to really come up with your ideas of solutions. Because at the end of the session, we should come up, if we have time, 3, but I would say 1 to 2 solutions that are concrete. We can really write them down
I'm sorry, I missed
and then share it to the group. Okay, because this as well will come to the call to action, that is the main document that we are going to be drafting in the last session today. Donc, pour les conseils en général, on pose 3 questions.
So less discrimination. Less discrimination.
Expérience, mais même
What kind of what are the barriers to access?
comment vous voyez les choses et ce que vous suggérez en général. Donc à la fin, on a
Like educational requirements.
c'est d'avoir, comme j'ai dit, on ne va pas avoir le temps pour 3, mais peut-être 1, 2 solutions qu'on peut proposer. Et ça va venir après pour ce qu'on va faire dans la session.
So less
5.
hiring discrimination, more open to
Could it be something? Yeah, that's what it is.
yeah, like apprenticeships. Is,
If you don't have
yeah.
that experience, okay, that's a good on-job training,
So I
especially
don't know
for
who would like to share.
marginalized, those who don't have on-job.
Yeah, and actually your initiative is quite nice. So you're already proposing solutions.
Investing in young people is also
Sorry, just one thing we need to define who is going to be the reporter. So who is taking notes and then who will be reporting to everybody.
So for them to get into formal jobs is quite hard because also, like in terms of the documentation that is needed for them.
So the notes are for you and then to share them with us so we can
They don't have the official registration. So without that, they cannot then apply for jobs in like the formal setups. So they normally end up doing informal jobs, and in the informal jobs, you see now they're starting small businesses.
So the idea
but
really
you
at the
find
end
they
is
have
to
a
come up
struggle in
with
finding
2 to 3
resources.
solutions.
So like the
And
money
those are
is
guiding
small
questions so you can
businesses.
structure
Like
more or
find
less the
somebody who is a fashion designer, they need to buy a
Dans l'idée,
sewing machine,
donc,
but they do
on
not
a
have the money to
un
produce
volontaire, donc elle
sustainable,
va prendre note,
let's say,
elle va
clothes.
So access to finance for youth, or you would say more entrepreneurship, youth entrepreneurship in the green and digital economy? Yes. Okay.
I'm working in an education provider organization. So for us it's way drive, but I also personally believe that if we don't start with fundamental things like educating youth of what they need, what they need.
No, absolutely, information. That's what also came up. Yes.
Upskilling and lifelong learning. To remove barriers, we need to strengthen the confidence of these young persons in order to strengthen the confidence.
So what other
it's really important to show them
action could we look at? We have 3 points for the first action, right? So we've got apprenticeships, on job training, we have access to credit for youth, and the third point was about information and education regarding the green and digital economy. Okay. And what else? Anything else? I mean, there's kind of a spillover because even when you ask the question about what system level actions to increase the supply of decent jobs, if you're telling firms to provide on-job training, no, I'm just saying they can be related also. So you could also, because we have to come up with just 2-3 things.
We can talk, but it's very close to what he said, like maybe improving some government funds that's gonna finance the free trainings, for example, especially for the youth from vulnerable groups, for example. But
Provide government support and financing for
free,
training programs, free training programs for youth, especially from marginalized backgrounds.
yeah.
She said access
now and they are already in the and also grant something fine than just because technical is knowing how to provide, how to do something that is a technical work. That's why we're also talking about schools where are gaining practical knowledge of big mechanisms or works like this where it is generally.
I think the point that was made about physical access is very important as well, especially as somebody said, it's good to have green and digital jobs, but if they're only in high-tech cities, then it's still excluding rural youth. So making sure that the infrastructure of a country allows rural youth to have more access to digital jobs and green jobs. Yeah. Yeah. More access to things like remote working and digital hubs outside of big cities.
So is your point more around having digital infrastructure, a robust digital infrastructure?
Yeah, I would say so.
So that these kind of opportunities can even be leveraged by tapped into by is that the point you're making?
Yeah. I think it removes that physical access barrier.
So addressing physical barriers by, for example, robust digital infrastructure that allows people to work remotely. You're going to be there. Who is reporting back to the
Okay. What was your name? Majori.
Okay. What else?
Le sens global de ce qu'elle vient d'expliquer. Voilà. Voilà, donc c'est vraiment
Who else would like to say something? Get at least one idea from everybody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Still point two? Yeah.
So can like take restrictions of like the age requirements for certain jobs? Can that be more stringent?
Like for example,
Like some jobs require a certain age limit for the position. So like giving like opening the age bracket for the jobs, can that contribute to that?
is that specific to the green and digital economy?
I mean, for the youths.
For the youth. Okay.
Because some youths may not have access because of age restrictions.
Age barriers.
So opening that can lead to a greater supply for the jobs in terms of it's just a thought. I don't know what you're looking to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's the physical access, there's the age barrier.
Yeah. And
You can mention that. We can note it down. In the last 5 minutes, we'll decide what are the 2 or 3 solutions we want to present actually. The ones that are repeated the most, which is there is consensus on. We'll pick those up. Yeah, we have to prioritize because we have to give just 2 or 3 and replicate it. So let's also think of solutions which are more at the local level because the conversation is around the local level. Yeah.
So is this something similar?
So is this something that
No,
go ahead,
that's
go
you.
ahead,
So this is something similar to his ideas. He was telling before. So in my country, the parents are pressuring their children to become doctors and engineers. So in Sri Lanka, so I think there should be awareness programs from the school, from schools, and also for the parents. There is options, and there are some other options that actually children can go apart from the medicine and the engineering.
Much more flexible than before.
So again, awareness about opportunities of students
they
they
have.
have. Yeah,
Actually, that was
I think
the
this was also
reality.
mentioned previously,
That they
awareness
can
and
move
understanding.
wherever they want,
Yeah.
and
So these can be
they don't
integrated
have
and given
proper
as
conditions for say an equipment, for example, and they need to get it for themselves.
So
If
that
we are
can be
not working
specified.
right to where we are, so we cannot go to the level of regional or national level. IT infrastructure, the one we mentioned earlier, has to be moved to.
So in fact, the point that you said about reducing physical access, that
Yes,
is
that
what
is
you're
correct.
saying. Because those initiatives have to happen at the local level.
Yeah, definitely.
Embracing young entrepreneurs inside the green and economy, maybe like systematic actions to increase the supply. I don't feel like young entrepreneurs are embraced as much, or just great support system.
So when you say embracing, can you like come up with a specific solution? Like,
Let's say funding,
Yeah.
exposure.
okay.
Investment in small businesses is what you said as well.
Grants, for example. Mentorship.
Yeah. I think that your point ties a lot of these together really, because it's increasing if you can grow in an entrepreneurship into a small business, that's creating more jobs. Exactly. And especially if that comes from a young entrepreneur, then it's grassroots, you know.
Any other things you want to highlight before we summarize and we'll stop taking?
the other good thing of mentorship programs is at the end you're not losing knowledge. So for those that are close to retirement age, normally when they leave, all their experience and all the knowledge disappears. So that's a way also of transition. Donc en deux mots, donc la solution qu'il propose, c'est d'avoir de, comment dire en français, mentorat. Donc vraiment d'avoir les gens dans l'entreprise ou dans l'endroit de travail qui vont passer les connaissances aux nouveaux arrivés. Donc il parle de 18 à 25 ans à peu près. Donc ça vraiment c'est le passage de connaissances directement. We have 10 minutes. Donc c'est vraiment ça, c'est le mentorat. So until now we are maybe summarizing and also helping for you for the notes. So maybe we're taking, I would say, awareness raising and skills development and skills validation. So we can say skills development in general, and then we have the keywords inside. Then flexibility and adaptability maybe. So support of employers and government to young people to access work. And then the mentorships, so all the transmission of experiences and knowledge.
Mentorship is a way to inspire, and that somehow leads to like the dependency.
So I don't know if it's helpful.
You don't have grants
Yes.
small organizations, then you can never expand into new projects because you do not have the resources to help you grow. You know, like start small social enterprises within the organization so that you have several revenue streams that can help you portion even when you do not have the grants. So maybe there is need for further discussion in terms of how the localization policies are working and for the policies to be developed based on the context. Because I think the context in Africa could be different from the one in Europe or the one in Asia. Yeah, so but what they are using is just like one. Yes. And the needs are different in every grassroots organization.
We've already touched a bit on the youth question. Is there anything else that you could add? What local mechanisms ensure youth are fully benefiting? You talk about
Donc si je peux résumer, donc c'est un peu une approche de politique intégrale, donc qui va aller toucher un peu pas seulement dans les besoins de l'entreprise, mais vraiment dans les jeunes. Donc de voir leurs besoins au niveau
More
de
youth engagement in local politics.
même des conforts, comme on disait, des choses qu'ils vont pouvoir
I
recevoir.
think
like how do you do that?
well, I think
so just to
I
sum
think
up,
young
it's
people
more or
are
less to determine
starting more politically engaged on a national level, but I think are less involved with what their local council, what their local government is doing, and they don't necessarily know how they can get involved on that local level.
They tend to be more engaged at the national level.
Exactly.
They need the youth to understand that the solutions lie at the local level.
Yeah.
Therefore, the engagement should happen.
À mon âge, j'ai ajouté une marque de chaussures femmes. Faudrait savoir que la majorité des jeunes de notre âge n'ont pas conscience de ce que c'est que l'économie verte. C'est-à-dire qu'on nous éduque de façon à dire ayez vos diplômes, arrivez devant, vous allez chercher du travail, vous passer des diplômes. C'est-à-dire la majorité des jeunes africains n'ont pas conscience
So, do you mean make it easier for young people to understand what the policies of the local government are and make it more accessible?
Ce que moi je propose, c'est qu'on puisse inclure ça dans notre système éducatif. Histoire d'apprendre aux jeunes dès le bas âge, voici tel truc, voici tel truc. Comme ça, depuis petit, chacun a une idée de ce que c'est et après, il peut chercher à aller là-bas maintenant.
Merci. actually, in 2 words, so she's 22 years old, and she has
Better education on
a startup, an enterprise. She started this entrepreneurship activity with shoes. Maybe you already discussed with her. So the idea is that young people are not aware of what the green economy is, for example. So that's really the key point. So what she's proposing is to introduce already in the education system an awareness raising, just to make young people understand that after school, what's next. Actually, they are not conscious of what to do after school. So that's really key. And also something that he mentioned is that actually there are a lot of politics in the attribution of work. So for example, if you are in a union or if you're part of an employers organization, so you will have the entry into the labor market facilitated because you're part of an institution. And then you pass different competitions, but they are biased. So the idea is really to have equal access.
I think
Again, those are guiding questions and solutions, and I think that you're already.
I think in some aspect it's like political literacy. I think a lot of you don't learn about politics in schools, and you don't. You can watch the politics on the news, but you might not understand. You might not understand everything they're saying, and I think better political education, political literacy means that you can get more engaged.
Because they told me like it's very difficult to get them into position in Korea. Well, New York, if they are. But in the interview they told me they don't get any positions anymore. They have
So in one term is skills mismatch. So the idea is that in the developed world, so in the high-income countries, middle-income countries, the problem is not the same because almost everybody has a minimal education, and they are aware because the programs, so the curricula leads to the labor market as well. So the question here is more related to matching the needs. So actually it's the supply and the demand of the labor market. So
have we selected
needed,
3?
Taking into account this, you can develop
do we have
program or the education program. This is what we see. There are so many, especially in developing countries. We go to universities and then, we have a nice title, but we don't have jobs. So the idea is really to identify, and this is the TVET where it's entering as well. The TVET sometimes is not well perceived because it's not tertiary education, so it's not really promoted. I live in Switzerland, and there it's around 80% that the young people goes to TVET, so they don't like the university, and they have successful careers. So that to sum up, so it's skills mismatch, and we need to try to get more about the needs of the market in order to train young people to access those jobs. Sum up first with you. So from my understanding, what you're doing also for keywords is just to include youth voices into policy. Just to sum up. Donc c'est vraiment d'avoir pas seulement les avis, mais les besoins et les voix des jeunes qui vont être intégrés dans les consultations. Donc ça va être vraiment une approche qui va être consultative aux jeunes surtout. So it's really a consultative process should be included everywhere. And just to answer to your question about the ILO and the International Labour Standard on Platform Economy that will come next year, so the draft that is written now, so the draft that we have might change completely next year. So that's the process. But unfortunately, young people are not part of the process itself. So actually, we have the governments, employers and workers, and their representatives also include young people. But unfortunately, they are not those sitting in the negotiations. So for example, the IOE or the ITUC, employers and workers, or the governments might bring the voices of young people, but they are not present really fighting for it, unfortunately. We are pushing and trying to get to that point. In 2012, we did that, but of course you understand that these big organizations are heavy to change. But that's why we're doing this today. So for example, in the call to action, if we have a point on specific policy recommendation, this we will bring to the attention of our International Labour Conference with our constituents, so your voices will be heard from our side. Actually, Nea from Finland, she is one of the youth ambassadors of the government. Yeah. And actually, in Europe they have a few. And I'm really sorry, but you didn't speak if you want to, because we're really out of time. Keyword there is awareness raising and making them part of actually the services that they can have. Because it's true that actually, for example, please. Deux choses, c'est que les jeunes devraient faire partie des décisions de la direction que le gouvernement va prendre, donc des politiques par exemple. Donc c'est encore une fois d'inclure leurs droits. Et le deuxième, c'est vraiment le soutien qu'ils peuvent avoir au niveau technologique, au niveau d'accès vraiment directement. Donc c'est un peu ça. En fait, c'est en général. So I think that we will be called soon. So I don't know if we want to determine two proposals. What do you think? I don't know if you have. Perfect. No, thank you very much, all of you. That it's really rich coming from your experience and saying your point of view, because now we have different countries, different regions. So I think that it's really fundamental to be sharing, put the ideas together. Donc c'est vraiment intéressant de voir cette diversité, pas seulement géographiquement, mais aussi d'expérience.
J'aimerais parler de la création d'emplois. Parce qu'on parle de l'économie verte, l'emploi des jeunes dans le domaine de l'économie verte. à l'école, on nous apprenait la pratique. Même si on nous apprenait la pratique de la théorie depuis l'école, moi je pense pas que les entreprises allaient demander des années d'expérience parce qu'ils allaient savoir que déjà dans les compétences, pouvoir exercer le travail. C'est ça le premier. Le deuxième point, c'est d'inclure la notion de l'entrepreneuriat. Parce que si on ne crée pas les gens, je pense pas que le secteur
national lessons, the local lessons, and also they have a like youth body which is called SSU, which is directly campaigning for the Social Democratic Party. You know? So one is from the youth, one is from the but it's kind of slippery. It's their model.
La théorie. Parce que la théorie est faite pour être appliquée.
Yeah, I was visiting them like a while ago and I heard about that. Sounds nice, but it's kind of slippery.
Does it feel a bit
Sweden, yeah.
feel a bit tokenistic?
Yeah, and like I don't like messing with politics if you're in the union.
I see, yeah.
I mean, you can easily become yellow. You know what I'm saying? Like working for the government and representing government interests instead of doing your job. So I don't know. It's kind of messy.
Yeah.
But it's giving results in Sweden.
Okay, hello everyone. Looks like everybody's had very intense discussions and we're looking forward to hearing your solutions. So can I request in the next 2-3 minutes if the rapporteurs of every group could please come onto the stage? I'll give you another 2 minutes and then please come on stage. Some of the groups are super efficient. We're done too.
On the apprenticeships.
So who's the rapporteur? Do you want to come on stage?
Do I?
Yeah.
Right now?
Should we just follow? Right?
I'd love to go.
Nice, right? Yes, take pictures.
Mary, the last point was apprenticeship, so really to put into practice the theory that it's learned at school, because employers, they request for experience, and young people cannot have experience. So one solution, for example, is to promote
I think all the groups
apprenticeship.
have the same answer.
Nice.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, exactly.
Come. All right, can I request the rapporteurs to come on the stage now, please? So we have 8 groups, 1 rapporteur from each group, and you all get about 3. Can I request the other rapporteurs to come up as well, please? Okay, so we have on. So 2 more groups. Should I start? Okay, so let's start with group 1. Okay, group 1.
Good day, everyone. My name is Matari, and I'm from the Bahamas, and I'm representing Group 1. So some ideas that we came up with in terms of addressing the problem that was on the board. One of the first ideas that we came up with was internship and on-job training. We feel that in terms of when job opportunities, requirements, and qualifications is necessary, so some youths can lack some qualifications and requirements, and it gives them a disadvantage in terms of job opportunities. So we feel that giving youth internships and on-job training can increase the supply in terms of youth employment in greenhouse and economy. We need government finance to reduce barriers to market and to enhance the background to make youth more knowledge and skill. We need less discrimination based on qualification and backgrounds. Another solution can be embracing youth entrepreneurs. We need more knowledge and more awareness to young entrepreneurs so that they can be more exposure, so they can thrive inside the economy, so they can thrive inside the greenhouse and the digital economy. Lastly, we need engagement in youth in local policy making and local politics. We have been engaged in national policies, but not much local politics. We need to encourage more youth to engage in local politics and policy making. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, let's move to Group 2. And again, we just want 2 or 3 solutions. Group 2? Okay, if Group 2 is not ready, let's move to Group 3.
Hi, Mi래’ 를 from Fiji, representing Group 2. I've been just told to keep it very concise. The thing is, I have so many things here, but you can come and ask our group later. But I'll be very brief. The first thing is education and skills. Very important points raised by the group is targeted skills development to address the skills mismatch. The other thing is cultivating emerging soft skills. That's very important. Funded schemes, government or employers to ensure that skills acquisition is accessible to all youth. And strengthen work-based learning or apprenticeship, because apprenticeships provides crucial hands-on experience. The other thing is mentorship and awareness, integrate mentorship, as early as the group raised tertiary, but I'm going to say as high school level, integrate the integrated approach. Raising awareness is also important. The other thing is access and flexibility, physical access to jobs, comprehensive programs, adopt a comprehensive approach that translate policy into concrete, measurable, and funded programs. The other thing is policy and governance, inclusive, and I can't emphasize this enough, inclusive policy making, ensuring that us young people are at the center of policy development, because as it is, most young people are not at the policy making table. We're always left out. So I'm going to emphasize that inclusive policy making. And the other thing is skills mismatch resolution, maintain continuous dialogue between educators and employers to rapidly track and resolve skills mismatch, ensuring that training investments align directly with job demand. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. I already see a lot of consensus between what Group 1 and Group 2 said. So,
Hola, ¿cómo están? Jessica Leyes, de Argentina, en representación del Grupo 3. Bueno, un poco nosotros a partir del debate intentamos sacar 3 puntos. Obviamente que en la generalidad de ese debate estuvo alrededor de cuál es, digamos, el rol que tiene que tener el Estado, las empresas, cómo hacemos para que esa articulación entre lo público y lo privado también tenga en el centro la garantía de los derechos de los trabajadores y las trabajadoras. Y en ese sentido pensamos en 3 puntos. Uno, que tiene que ver con el diseño de políticas públicas en articulación entre las empresas privadas y lo público, el gobierno, que promuevan el acceso de los jóvenes y las jóvenes a los empleos verdes y a la economía digital, teniendo en cuenta, obviamente, que en este diseño de la política pública, los y las jóvenes seamos parte. Necesitamos tener políticas públicas que respondan a las necesidades de las juventudes, que estamos en los territorios y que muchas veces eso, a la hora del diseño de la política, no somos consultados y ni siquiera somos parte. Así que un poco eso en el primer punto. El segundo punto, respecto a la financiación de proyectos que tengan que ver, ¿no?, obviamente, con juventudes orientados a este tipo de empleo, y que también esta financiación sea en articulación entre el sector público y privado, permitiendo apoyar a proyectos que lideren jóvenes, pero que también incluyan a los jóvenes en el acceso al empleo público y al empleo verde y la economía digital. Y el tercer punto, que claramente tiene que ver con la formación y la capacitación de los jóvenes y las jóvenes para la transición justa. Entendemos que para poder dar este debate, para poder ser parte de las transformaciones centrales de este tema, necesitamos estar capacitados, formados y ser parte de la toma de decisiones. Gracias.
Thank you so much. Group 4.
Sorry, you allow me begin. Trade unions in the home. When I say union, you say peace, freedom, power. Union, power. Union, freedom. Union, peace. All right, I'm here to represent Group 4. One of 2, we came out with only 2. One, most importantly, is the decision-making to be included on the bodies. Nothing for us without us as young workers. We find ourselves in such congregations discussing, but nothing is being implemented, all agreed on. So we need to be on the decision-making bodies. 2, we talked about establishment of the skills, and one of the best examples that came out is a system from Australia that have the best system, and Tanzania, a system called training need analysis that needs reskilling for us to be in the green jobs. Secondly, it's about social investment. This is the second question. To do with social investment, talk about tourism projects, tourism, and also formulation of the climate change and just transition. If you look at climate change initially before, it wasn't addressing some of the issues that talk about fairness. So in this case, if the policy is there, then we need to review it to include the missing gaps that talk about fairness in the green jobs where we need to be included. Then the last question is, of course, strengthening the youth structures. Normally, the structures are there, but they are skeleton. They are just there to look good in the constitutions, but we are not really acting upon them. So in reviewing the CBAs also, we include the missing gaps. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Group 5.
Okay, so a lot of what we talked about was kind of repetitive to what we've already seen and heard, so I'm just going to focus on 2 main ideas that we haven't heard before, just for the interest of time. First things we talk about is about green financing for climate entrepreneurs, and we discussed specifically elements of risk and where the risk falls currently on when it comes to funding green entrepreneurs and providing financing for green entrepreneurs. So the action that comes from that is kind of thinking about how at the policy level we can advocate for more financing and more kind of a mindset shift from looking at green entrepreneurs as a high-risk investment and thinking about how to distribute that risk across the different levels, whether from microfinance institutions, government agencies, all the way down to nonprofit implementing organizations and business support organizations as well. So that was one thing. The other thing that we talked about, which is more specific to the digital economy, is how do we regulate these platforms in order to ensure that young workers' rights are protected, even though they might, be non-traditionally employed. And in that area, we talk specifically about youth workers who get their source of income removed from a platform, for example, and the levels of advocacy that they have to do for themselves in order to regain access to these platforms, and how can the employers and the platforms work with government and policymakers to kind of ensure that this space is more regulated in order to enable youth to have more secure employment in the digital economy, because freelance and gig work is kind of a little bit unstable at the moment. And then we also talked a lot about more practical ways of how we can give youth the agency and the platform to make these barriers and challenges known, first of all, but also be able to participate with their own opinions about how or what they need to eliminate these barriers. But I'm not going to go into that because other people have spoken about it. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Group 6.
So for group 6, we had 3 buckets that I'll describe. The first one really is how do we shift mindsets and create buy-in when we think about the private sector, consumers in the green and digital economies. The next bucket is really around access. We know the digital divide is a key issue. How do we ensure that access to infrastructure? How do we ensure access to green and digital youth-friendly finance, and then also access to markets when you think about those working in enterprises, and thinking about informal markets too. And the last bit on entry-level jobs. Where do we get these 10 years of experience? Thanks.
Thank you. And now group 7.
네, 7조 논의 내용 공유드리도록 하겠습니다. 3가지 핵심 질문에 대해서 정말 많은 의견들이 오고 갔는데요. 이제 A 질문에 대해서는 청년 주체 교류와 조직화를 좀 확대해야 한다. 이렇게 지역 단위, 청년 단위가 주체로 설 수 있는 국제 및 현장 교류회장을 더 자주 열어야 된다 의견이 나왔고요. 그리고 지역 차원에서 노동자를 조직화하거나 교류할 수 있는 자리를 많이 만들어야 한다. 이런 의견도 주셨습니다. 그리고 청년 참여를 끌어올릴 수 있는 방안, 그리고 노동조합이나 이런 노동 당사자 조직들이 지자체에 있는 자원들을 어떻게 잘 활용하게 연결하고 조직할 것인가, 이 문제에 대해서 논의를 했습니다. 그리고 두 번째로는 디지털 경제 노동자 권리 및 지원 보장에 대한 얘기도 나눴는데요. 이런 디지털 경제에 포함되어 있는 이동 노동자나 이런 사람들에게 인터넷 필수로 사용하기 때문에 이런 통신비나 인터넷 권리 보장, 그리고 저탄소 이동 수단 이용에 대한 지역 차원의 지원 보장, 그리고 플랫폼 노동 영역에서는 지금 임금 협상이 제대로 안 되는 부분이 있어서 플랫폼 노동자 협상, 임금 협상 보장하고 그리고 이런 플랫폼의 갑질에 대한 규제, 그리고 지역별 물가를 좀 적용해서 지자체가 다양한 노동자들의 임금 그리고 노동 조건 기준을 제시하고 만들어 나가야 된다, 이런 얘기가 있었고요. 그리고 디지털 노동자 조직화 및 보호 체계에 대한 얘기도 나왔습니다. 전문직 그리고 디지털 경제에서 파생된 일자리 사이의 갭이 굉장히 크다. 그렇고 이제 디지털 경제에서는 노동조합이 등장하기 어려운 제약이 있다, 이런 이야기가 나왔습니다. 디지털 노동자들이 노조 조직이라는 수단만 활용하기보다는 공제회 형태로 이제 조직을 많이 하고 있습니다. 그래서 이런 공제 형태의 보호 방안도 논의가 되어야 하고요. 그리고 지금 정부 차원에서는 일하는 사람법으로 제3지대 플랫폼 특구 노동자에 대한 조금 차별적인 보호라고 언급이 되었는데요. 이런 거를 만들어서 차별을 관행화시키기보다는 근로기준법상 플랫폼 특구 노동자도 근로기준법상 노동자로서 포괄을 해야 된다, 이런 얘기가 나왔습니다. 다만 근기법도 새로운 시대의 고용 형태에 맞게 함께 개선될 필요가 있다. 왜냐하면 이 근기법으로 과연 이 유연한 플랫폼 특구 노동을 포괄할 수 있느냐에 대한 질문과 토론이 뜨겁습니다. 그리고 지역 단위 관리 감독을 강화해야 된다는 얘기가 있었습니다. 이런 플랫폼이나 이런 디지털 경제 관련해서는 불법 고용이나 탈세, 노예계약 이런 것들이 좀 성행 중인 상황입니다. 그래서 근로감독을 강화를 해야 된다는 말씀을 드리고요. 그리고 지금 고용노동부에서도 지자체에 근로감독관 배정하는 체계를 더 강화한다고 합니다. 그래서 이것을 넘어서 또 노동자 당사자들이 한국 고용노동부의 이제 슬로건이 노동자들을 예방의 객체에서 보호의 객체에서 예방의 주체로 뭐 이런 슬로건을 쓰는데 안전지킴이, 현장 당사자 안전지킴이 같은 것들 활용해서 경기도에서도 또 이런 안전지킴이 열심히 또 활동하고 있는데 이런 부분은 정말 응원하고 활성화돼야겠다라는 말씀을 드리고요. 그리고 녹색 일자리, 돌봄 영역에 대한 처우 개선이 필요하다는 말씀해 주셨습니다. 녹색 일자리에 대한 이해와 합의도 중요하고 돌봄 영역 노동자 처우가 많이 좋지가 않습니다. 그래서 노동 조건이 많이 후퇴하고 있어서 지자체가 역할을 해야 된다. 정말 많은 내용들이 있는데 B로 넘어가겠습니다. B로 간단히 넘어가서 되게 또 중요한 말씀 해주셨습니다. 정부, 지자체, 기업에 대한 평가 지표 개선해야 된다는 얘기를 해주셨고 이 정부, 지자체가 여러 가지 이제 기업에 대한 사회적 기업이나 이런 기업에 대한 평가 지표를 가지고 있는데 고용을 얼마나 창출하느냐 이런 정량적 평가에만 너무 치중해 있다라는 이야기가 있었습니다. 그래서 독일의 사례 이번에 언급이 됐는데 이런 것들을 좀 본받아서 정량적 평가만 하기보다는 이 기업이 지역사회에 실제로 공헌하는지 그리고 실제 채용에 좋은 영향을 미치는지 정성 평가를 통해서 좀 제도를 개선하면 어떨지 그리고 노동 당사자들 조직화 네트워킹 지원을 지자체가 좀 해야 된다 이런 얘기가 있었고요. 그리고 청년 유입을 시켜야 된다. 노동조합이 이런 부분에 대해서 지금 우리가 평생 한 직장에서 일하는 시대가 아니지 않습니까? 근데 노조는 그런 직장의 유연성에 대한 대처를 지금 잘 하고 있나라는 질문이 있었습니다. 이런 현실에 대해서 노동조합이 고민을 좀 해야 된다. 청년 주체가 더 모일 수 있어야 된다라는 것이 있었고요. 마지막으로 청년들이 이런 솔루션의 공동 리더가 되도록 보장하는 지역 메커니즘에 대해서 결론을 내렸는데요. 정부 차원의 지침을 잘 만들고 청년 당사자가 우리의 정책을 잘 실행할 수 있어야 된다. 그리고 청년 목소리를 낼 수 있는 그런 이런 자리 활성화가 필요하고 많이 모이고 교류할 수 있어야 한다라는 결론을 내렸습니다. 이상입니다.
Thank you. I think a lot of those issues will also come up in the next session in the afternoon on youth rights at work. And finally, Group 8 before we close.
네, 저희가 지금 많은 얘기들 나눴는데 아무래도 한국만의 고민이 좋은 일자리에 대한 괜찮은 일자리에 대한 고민이 한국뿐만 아니라 세계적으로도 다 공통되어 있는 이슈라고 생각을 합니다. 네, 저희 8조에서는 어떻게 하면 청년들이 지역에서 만족하며 일을 할 수 있을지 괜찮은 일자리를 만들 것에 대해서 고민을 했었는데요. 먼저 A 같은 경우는 청년들이 가장 큰 장벽으로 느끼는 것은 지역 불균형과 일자리 질의 부재에 대해서 얘기했습니다. 현재 그린 일자리, 디지털 일자리는 수도권에 과도하게 집중되어 있습니다. 그 한국의 사례를 보면은요. 그래서 지역 청년들은 일자리를 찾아 떠날 수밖에 없는 구조입니다. 또한 일자리 개수는 늘어날지 몰라도 청년 당사자가 생각하는 괜찮은 일자리를 발견하는 것이 너무 어렵습니다. 그래서 정책의 초점은 단순히 양적 공급이 아니라 청년이 원하는 지역에 정주할 수 있는 삶의 조건을 만드는 데 맞춰줘야 됩니다. 그렇다면 바로 B로 넘어가서 그렇다면 이것을 위해 무엇이 필요할까요? 저희는 지방정부의 역할 변화를 제안합니다. 지자체가 기업을 유치하거나 예산을 지원할 게 더 이상 수동적인 지원에 그쳐서는 안 됩니다. 어제 봤었던 독일의 브랜덴부르크 사례처럼 기업에게 임금이나 근로조건, 단체 협약, 복지 향상 등에 대해서 지원의 필수 조건으로 제시하는 방안이 필요합니다. 단순히 기업과 지방정부가 MOU를 맺고 끝나는 것이 아니라 지속적으로 협약된 내용들이 지켜지고 있는지에 대해서 모니터링해야 된다는 얘기가 나왔습니다. 이를 위해 중앙정부와 지자체의 평가 지표를 반영하여서 실질적인 강제력을 확보해야 된다는 의견이 넘어졌습니다. 마지막입니다. C로는 저희는 토큰이즘을 경계해야 된다고 강조하고 싶습니다. 단순히 미연에 청년 비율 30%, 10% 채우는 건 의미가 되지 않습니다. 준비되지 않은 청년을 자리에 앉히기보다 사회가 청년에게 수기하고 교육할 수 있는 기회를 준 후에 같이 해야 됩니다. 결론적으로 그린 일자리와 디지털 경제의 성공은 노동의 질을 담보하는 적극적인 행정과 준비된 청년들과의 실질적인 파트너십에 달려 있다고 저희 섹션에서는 얘기했습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. We've seen a lot of consensus actually across the 8 groups. We've heard about the importance, of course, we've heard skilling repeatedly, skilling, apprenticeship, on-job training, then, finance, green finance, especially for climate entrepreneurs, enhancing access to information to the youth. But I think what really struck out in this discussion was how the youth, how you all have indicated that there are very limited avenues for you to actually engage with policy making at the local level. And that was just a common theme. So be it the local economic policy making or in the unions, for the youth to be engaged in these conversations so that they can actually put their point of view, highlight the barriers, and actually offer solutions which they understand best in their context. And that's what we've been talking about over the last day as well, that these solutions cannot be top down, they can't be driven by central governments, they have to be bottom up and cognizant of the local context and situation. So what we are going to do now is that every group came up with 2-3 recommendations. So if I can request you to please, if the rapporteur or the note taker could email your 3 bullet points or 3 key recommendations to Sergio, that would really help us to work on the youth call for action. So this has been an absolutely fascinating discussion. I mean, we've heard so many different points of view, but at the end, there has been a lot of consensus as well. There's been a lot of learning from different parts of the world. So thank you all so much. I know you're waiting for your lunch, which I guess is up next. We're running a bit late, but nevertheless, thank you so much for a very engaging discussion. Thank you.
네, 괜찮은 일자리에 대해서 여러분께서 함께한 뜨거운 토론 과정 그리고 그 안에서 나온 이야기들 잘 들었습니다. 고생 많으셨습니다. 오늘 여러분께서 나눈 이야기들은 마지막 세션의 청년 행동 선언에 반영될 예정입니다. 열정적으로 참여해 주신 분들 다시 한번 감사드립니다.
네, 이상으로 오전 행사는 마무리가 되고요. 조금 전에 얘기 들으신 대로 이제 맛있는 식사가 기다리고 있습니다. 식사 후 세션 시간에서는 이 일터에서의 청년의 권리와 참여를 주제로 또 더 대화를 좀 더 확장해 나가도록 하겠습니다. 식사가 마련되어 있는 곳이 이곳이 아니고 1번 행사장입니다.
네, 1번 전시장에서 식사 맛있게 하시고요. 인솔자 따라가시면 맛있는 식사가 제공된다고 합니다. 그리고 로비에서 어제와 마찬가지로 경기도와 세계의 노동 정책들 그리고 게임이라든지 웹툰이라든지 VR 체험 등 다양한 체험들 하실 수 있는 부스도 마련되어 있다고 하니까요. 식사와 함께 재미나게 또 즐겨주시기 바랍니다.
네, 식사하고 무대에서 또 어제처럼 공연까지 즐기시면서 잠시 또 담소 나누시고요. 저희는 잠시 후 뵙겠습니다. 저희 세션 4를 시작할 텐데요. 여러분 점심 맛있게 드셨나요? Have you guys enjoyed your lunch? 네, 제가 영어가 조금 짧기 때문에 우리 한국 분들이 대답을 좀 열심히 해주시면 감사할 것 같아요. 네, before we begin to our fourth session, well, yesterday we've seen some people having hard time after lunch, you know.
예.
좀 졸린 분들이 많았기 때문에 you guys
저도
were
그랬습니다.
a little bit sleepy, right? So we just came up with a little ice-breaking game. Have you guys seen the Squid Game? Right? 우리 한국 분들이면 아마 다들 아실 텐데요. 둥글게 둥글게 게임 아시죠? 그 게임을 여기에서 저희가 잠시 해보려고 합니다. 감독님 음악 잠깐만 틀어주시겠어요? Anyone familiar with this music from the Squid Game? 네, 바로 이 게임을 할 건데요. It's called 둥글게 둥글게, which is round and round in English. So I will call up any random number, and you guys have to make a group of exact that number. 아니면 please put on your devices, please. Okay. 좋습니다.
그러면
네.
자리에서 일어나셔서 무대
네.
앞으로 우리
So everyone,
모든
please
분들을 모시겠습니다.
come up, come, not on the stage, but please come front. Yes, we're going to play a very quick game. When I will call out any random number, so you must quickly form a group with exactly that number of people. Jinhyun here will help you guys through. Maybe make a big circle. It doesn't have to be an exact circle. 우리 한국 분들은 다 둥글게 둥글게를 아시니까 조금씩 도와주시면 좋을 것 같아요. 네. So when I call out a number, you must quickly form a group with exact number of people. So you can move around freely to find your group. However, if you fail to form that group with the exact number of people, then you will be eliminated. Okay? 좋습니다. 자, 그럼 진현 씨도 잘 부탁드리고 저희 시작해 볼게요. 음악 주세요. 자, 쭉쭉 걸어가겠습니다. Now just walk around. We'll see. 감독님, 7. In a group of 7. Make a group of 7. Okay, 여기 finish? 7? Who's not 7? Which group is not 7? Who's left out? No one left out? 어떡해요. Okay, that's how it goes. See? 연습 게임 할까요? 우리 한국에는 또 연습 게임이 있으니까. In Korean culture, every first round is, not for real, because it's too sad. Okay, come on. 우리 연습 게임이니까, 네. 이렇게 하는 거예요. 네. 어떻게 한국인이 떨어질 수 있습니까? 실망이에요. 저랑 진전 아나운서가 매일 저녁에 뉴스 진행은 하는데 둥글게 진행은 정말 태어나 처음 해본대요. 자, 다시 한번 가도록 하겠습니다. 감독님, 음악 주세요.
노래를 부르며 랄라랄라 즐겁게 춤추자
If you have succeed making the group up number, please let me know. 네, pass. 6, I see 6. There's 7, 8. Okay, pass. 아, 여기 탈락자 3명이 나왔습니다. 4명 나왔습니다. Okay. 탕. 네, 돌아가 주세요. 자리에 앉으세요. Please go back to your seats. Okay. Survivors, we will go again. Survivors, we will begin the next round. 네. Now let's go. Let's make the big circle again and then we will go round and round again. 음악 다시 주세요. 어떡해. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who's left out? Okay, who's left out, they're eliminated. 네, 탈락입니다. 그룹을 못 만드신 분들, 네, 다시 자리로 돌아가셔서 앉아주세요. Okay. 저희 다시 시작할 건데요. Now, I don't want you guys to hold hands together when we begin, because it seems easier. Okay? Just clap around and we will move around. Okay, just don't make big circle. 음악 다시 주세요. 네. 네. 손을 잡으면서 하니까 뭐 이렇게 쉽게 되는 것 같아요. Eleven.
그러니까 내가 집어넣어야 돼.
Okay, pass.
11.
자, 누가 who's not 11?
Who's
네.
not 11?
11 됐나요? 1, 2, 3. There can't be everyone with 11. I've done my math. Oh, union power. I see. Union is strong. 이게 조합의 힘인가요? 네, 왜 탈락자가 안 보이지?
There is no
여기
11
나오네요.
people.
탈락입니다. 네. 돌아가 주세요. 다시 음악 주세요. 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 다들 잘하셔서 we will now speed up. We will speed up.
Five. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
탈락은 돌아가 주세요. 네. Since we're running out of a little bit of time, we will speed up. It will be hard to find the final winner, but we still had fun, right? So we'll just go a couple of rounds and then we'll begin our session. Okay. 음악 한 번만 더 주세요. 네. Okay. How to separate the union? 24.
24.
Oh my God.
Jerry's still alive.
I think we found our winning group, right? Oh my God. This group.
No. 여기 24명 아닌 것 같은데?
But I think we learned our lesson. It's really hard to separate union. It was really hard. Yes. We've learned our lesson. Yes. Squid Game loses. Well, we want to keep continue, but still, since we're running out of time, I hope everyone enjoyed. Yes. Please don't fall asleep through the sessions, okay? Thank you. 네, 이제 저희가 TV를 틀면 원래 뉴스를 하는 사람들인데 그쵸? 이렇게 또 둥글게를 해봤네요.
저희도 뭐 환기가 잘 된 것 같습니다.
엄청 재밌네요. 네, 이렇게 다들 단결이 잘 되셔서 생각보다 빨리빨리 탈락자가 나올 줄 알았는데 이게 쉽지가 않네요. 네.
그러면 이제 본격적으로 세션
좋습니다.
4를 시작해 보겠습니다. 이번
네.
주제는 청년의 노동권과 청년 참여입니다.
네, 저희는 이제 마이크를 넘길게요. 세션 4 재밌게 또 많은 대화 오가기를 바라겠습니다. Thank you.
All right. So now are you ready to work? Yes. Can we please put the presentation? Thank you. So this session is going to focus on rights. This morning we focus on how to promote youth employment opportunities in the digital and green economy. And right now we're going to focus on rights. This is part of the webinars. Can I have some show of hands for those that attended the webinar on rights? Okay. So we noticed that not everybody was there, so we want to be on the same page. So this is going to be a very short presentation to make sure that when we go in our tables to discuss rights, we know what we're talking about, right? So let's just quickly start with basics. International labor standards. So these are global rules about work that are developed by the International Labor Organization. What makes them unique is that they are agreed together between employers, governments, and workers. These standards come in two forms. Some of them are conventions and others are recommendations. Conventions are legally binding treaties that countries can ratify, whereas recommendations are not binding, but they provide detailed guidance on how to put those rules into practice. So usually, when a country ratifies a convention, it must adapt its national laws accordingly. National labor laws can go further, can go beyond the international labor standards, but they cannot offer less protection than those standards. So these matter directly to you and to me, but since we're talking about youth, it matters to you because these standards shape how you enter the labor market and what conditions you work under. Things like minimum age, pay, working time, safety, and health. So at the core of these topics or these issues, there are 10 fundamental conventions. And those conventions are grouped usually into 5. So those 5 are the ones we see over here. We're talking about freedom of association, forced labor, child labor and minimum age, discrimination, and a safe and healthy working environment. These 5 elements or rights are in the ILO Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. This that many of the speakers yesterday talked about. So let me see. Yeah. So we're going to discuss 4 rights, and if you need to take notes, please take notes, because these are the 4 rights that we are going to then discuss in the tables. We're going to distribute these 4 rights across the 8 tables. So the first right that I want to get right is the one on discrimination. So discrimination at work means treating someone unfairly because of who they are, not because of their skills or performance. This can be based on characteristics like sex, age, race, religion, disability, sexual orientation, or political opinion. Discrimination can happen at any stage of work, so it can happen during the recruitment process, during the hiring process, in daily tasks, promotion or dismissal. Young people often face age-based discrimination that sometimes is called youngism, as the opposite to ageism. And they are stereotyped as inexperienced, lazy, or unreliable. And some of these elements have come up in recent studies or surveys. For example, we have this study from the UK that found that 93% of young people that took part of this survey had experienced negative age-based treatment at work. We also see that over a third of employers describe young people as overly sensitive, and many label them as entitled or work shy. So this is the part of the discrimination. Now let's talk about the part of harassment. Violence and harassment are also forms of discrimination. They include behaviors or threats that cause or are likely to cause physical, psychological, sexual, or economic harm. Some examples of sexual harassment and violence are the most common, these are some of the most common forms and certainly affect everyone, but especially young women who are almost twice as likely as young men to experience them at work. Therefore, as you can see in this graph, back in 2019, the ILO adopted the Violence and Harassment Convention, and it's accompanying, it is the Convention 190 that has a recommendation. So it sends a clear global message saying violence and harassment in the world of work are unacceptable, and they must end. The next right that we are going to cover today is a safe and healthy working environment, and understanding that this is not a bonus when you are working, right? It is a fundamental right. It means preventing work-related injuries and diseases and protecting both physical and mental health. 3 years ago, in 2022, the ILO formally recognized this right by adding a safe and healthy working environment to its Declaration on Fundamental Principles and Rights at Work. This means that all ILO member states now have an obligation to respect and promote this right, even if they have not ratified the specific safety and health conventions. So something to note, and my colleague Isha went to a lot of detail during the webinar, but just very quickly, we often associate risk with dangerous jobs, but hazards exist in every workplace. They can be physical or chemical, but also less visible like psychological hazards. Stress and burnout are not personal failures. They are often reactions to poor work organization, excessive workloads, and lack of control. And if you pay attention yesterday in the presentation from my director, Sang-Hon Lee, he also described the role that mental health plays in young people today and how many of them express that the stress they feel is related to their jobs. It's quite important not only to understand what are the hazards and where they come from, but also how to remove the hazards whenever possible, how to improve policies and procedures, and use protective equipment. So we're moving to the third right that we're going to discuss today, which is Social Security. In my table, we already talked about Social Security, or at least incentives, fiscal incentives to foster Social Security. So Here, it's super important that we all understand that certainly this is a labor right, but it's also a human right. Social security is recognized in major international human rights instruments. It protects people against life risk, like illnesses, unemployment, disability, or old age. There are two main types of social security systems. One is the social insurance, and the other is the social assistance. So here are some descriptions of both when it comes to social insurance schemes. They are usually financed through contributions from workers and employers, and sometimes governments. Participation is typically compulsory, allowing risk to be shared across society. And the benefits are provided when eligibility conditions are met, regardless of income or wealth. For workers, social insurance offers a strong value. Contributions are matched by employers and often supplemented by the state. Beyond the financial benefits, it provides security and peace of mind, helping prevent poverty when things go wrong. Social assistance schemes, on the other hand, are designed for people who are outside social insurance or whose benefits are not enough. So these schemes are usually means-tested and financed through taxes. For young people, social assistance can be especially important during periods of job searching, training, or transitions into work. And the last element we're going to talk today is about freedom of association and collective bargaining, which are fundamental rights at work. So freedom of association means that workers and employers have the right to form and join organizations that represent them, such as trade unions or employers' associations. Collective bargaining is the process through which workers and employers negotiate working conditions through dialogue and not conflict. Now, freedom of association is the foundation that makes collective bargaining possible. So in many countries, working conditions are not set only by labor law, but also by collective agreements negotiated between workers' representatives and employers. And yesterday we heard a lot of examples from different countries, from provinces and states. This is something that you guys have already been exposed to in terms of its content, but also because many of you are parts of these organizations, right? So just last to know that collective bargaining helps clarify rights and responsibilities on both sides and contributes to more stable, fair, and productive workplaces. So I hope this brings us all on the same page when it comes to rights. What we want to do right now, since you are super fresh after the game, is to go back to your tables and discuss specifically the rights that are assigned to your table. So the assigned numbers are in this corner. So this means that groups 1 and 8 are going to discuss the right to equality and non-discrimination and freedom from violence and harassment. Tables 2 and 7, right to a safe and healthy working environment. Tables 3 and 6, the right to social security. And tables 4 and 5, the right to freedom of association and collective bargaining. And the guiding question, this is going to stay in the screen in case you need to check the questions, but we want you to think and kind of share with your table the conversation around what are 1 or 2 actions that will be most effective in promoting and protecting these rights. So, is that clear? Any questions? No? So I will ask the facilitators of each table to go on with this distribution. And I have no idea what time is it. Wait. So we're supposed to go until 3. So let's discuss for half an hour, and then we come back to plenary and share the outcomes of your conversations. All right? Thank you, guys.
just to introduce, as Susana mentioned, you know that this is one of the fundamental principles, the right at work. So everything that is occupational health, safety and health at work is really central for the ILO especially. Because if you work in a hazardous work, you're exposed not only to physical, mental and other risks. So it's really crucial that if you have a work, to be a decent work, it needs to be safe. So you need to be safe and healthy, otherwise it's not. And then we have a lot of examples. Mining, for example, might be one that is one of the most top. I come from Bolivia, so mining is coupled with risk at work and child labor, so it's quite tricky. So just to give you an example. So please, you're going to report back again, or anybody else wants to?
You can do it. I can do it. I've started.
Great, perfect. Sorry, deux mots en français. Donc ce que je mentionnais, c'est que tout ce qui est maintenant en français, je ne sais pas comment on dit, mais c'est tout ce qui est la sécurité et c'est sécurité oui, bon, bref, il y a tout un terme, mais c'est vraiment le concept où pour travailler il faut se sentir en bonne santé. D'abord, ça doit représenter un environnement qui est quand même assez protégé et sûr. L'exemple que j'ai donné, je viens de la Bolivie, donc on a beaucoup de problèmes à propos de ça dans tout ce qui est les mines. Donc il y a les mineurs en plus qui sont des enfants, donc il y a quand même, ça devient beaucoup plus complexe. Mais bref, donc ça va être intéressant de vous écouter. So please, go ahead. Shelley, right?
Actions most effective at implementing and protecting youth rights. So, as a bare minimum, employers should have a health and safety policy that is adhered to and have effective procedures in managing risk and mitigating any issues for employers, and also having a occupational health program that is affiliated with every site that all employees are qualified. And then on a government scale, having a independent health and safety organisation that can investigate and manage the health and safety policies and responsibilities of employers for businesses in the country that has powers, for example in the UK we have an agency that has powers to do the investigative process and prosecute employers that are not adhering to health and safety regulations that we have as kind of an enforcement for protecting youth rights.
Great, thank you. Tu veux essayer à traduire un petit peu en deux mots? And that's not really common everywhere. Ça arrive pas partout. Donc je pense qu'il faut vraiment un système qui est assez solide pour pouvoir.
Surtout chez nous en Côte d'Ivoire, c'est pas en application. Les Libanais qui travaillent avec les Ivoiriens, ils les traitent comme s'ils n'étaient pas des êtres humains, surtout dans le secteur industriel, dans les usines. Donc je trouve que son idée est vraiment la bonne. Il faudrait que l'État aussi ne soit pas corrompu. Il faudrait que l'État ait vraiment un œil sur ça. Parce que c'est bien de dire comme ça, mais après un moment, je pense que si on ne fait pas attention, si ce n'est pas contrôlé, ça sera délaissé.
No, merci. So what she's saying, and it's again, I think that it depends on the country where we live and where we work. So something like that doesn't happen in the global south. So we don't have really control from one side, and then we have not only companies but really a whole sector coming to the countries and treating the local actually workers not in a decent way. So they are just coming in, and it's what we discussed, what actually was mentioned yesterday as well. So that work actually is treated like a commodity at the end of the day, because people conditions are not really met. And in the developing countries, we don't have a solid system where this can be addressed. And on the other hand, corruption is a big problem. So this happens quite often because of that, because the government closes the eyes because they want investment or because they want to give visibility or for political reasons. Yeah, we didn't have you in the last group, so perfect. So please. That it's key for rights in general, but specifically for safety and health. So if a young person arrives and it's their first job, they start and they see that it's really not safe and then the conditions are really bad, the young person is their first job. So they will start their working life believing that those are the normal conditions. So if they are not aware, if they don't have the education and the awareness that this is not the case, so imagine how we are growing up generations of workers. Imagine when they will turn to be the bosses, so the ones leading, imagine how they will treat even the others. So I think that this is a key message indeed. just to start with, it's again corruption, the problem that he's raising, and also that the government normally they don't have the capacity to put these measures into place. So the problem is that, okay, they are beautiful words, they are indications, even rules to follow, but sometimes the government is not able to do it. They don't have the capacity. They don't understand them, or they are too heavy in the context that they are living. So that's more or less the thing. And what he was asking is what happens if this is not followed, if there's that corruption, so if the ILO is really there to help people, not only the government or the country. I will answer first in French and then I will tell you. Donc oui, on a des mécanismes. Donc, ce que Susanna a mentionné au départ, donc il y a les normes internationales du travail, il y a des recommandations, et là c'est pas obligatoire, donc les pays peuvent suivre ou pas, mais il y a les conventions, et là dans les conventions, ils rentrent, s'ils signent, ils rentrent dans un cadre d'obligation. Donc les syndicats par exemple, si le gouvernement, les employeurs n'arrivent pas à suivre ou à respecter, ils peuvent se plaindre au BIT. Nous, chaque année, on a une commission qui suit tous les cas, et ils appellent le gouvernement et les met à l'ordre. Donc on vous rappelle que vous avez signé, donc si vous ne respectez pas ça, on va vous donner une deuxième, troisième chance, mais s'il y a vraiment des problèmes, là on va appeler à une commission plus forte qui va venir dans le pays et va faire un espèce d'audit. On n'est jamais arrivé à ce point-là. Normalement, après le deuxième rappel, les choses deviennent en ordre parce qu'ils se sont quand même engagés à faire quelque chose, ratifié, donc signé. Donc en principe, jusqu'à maintenant, plus de 100 ans de vie que le BIT, donc l'OIT, on n'a jamais vu un cas où vraiment ils ont dit non, désolé pour le terme, mais on s'en fout. C'est jamais le cas. So just to answer to the question, the ILO, as Susanna mentioned, we have the International Labour Standards, and those, just for your reference, are those that determine now the age of work, the hours that we work during the week, the minimum wage, and all those things come from actually the constituents of the ILO, governments, workers, and employers, and this is a tough exercise. So normally it lasts for 2 years, and it's really negotiations non-stop. And then they meet 2 weeks per year, and then they work 24 hours to set up and to agree on the text. And after those 2 years, the text is set, so everybody, it enters on force, and then the member states are not obliged to ratify them. The recommendations are not binding, so government, so in principle it's the government that they can follow or not, and then you have the conventions that those are binding. So it's what I explained. If a country is not following a convention, let's say the one on occupational safety and health, so for example, and the normal thing is that the trade unions come to the ILO and do a complaint. So it's an official complaint that they do, that the government or the employers are not following the convention. So we have a committee, that is a heavy committee at the ILO, that is tripartite as well, that follows all those cases every year, and then they call upon the governments, so the tripartite delegations, to a specific committee that happens every year. So we have the International Labour Conference, that is the World of Work Parliament, if you want, and there they call them, it's like a jury, so it's like a legal process. So the country needs to justify and explain the situation, and then the ILO as jury, if you want, so as the lawyer will say, okay, you need to regularize your situation. You have second reminder, third one, otherwise we're taking measures on different areas. What I was explaining is that we never arrive to that situation. So normally after the second reminder, the countries go and get back to normal, if you want. So a big example that was, and again I'm talking about my country, about occupational safety and health, actually it was coupled with child labor. So it was the children who went to our president to complain, so it's a whole cultural thing, and then he was going to the ILO to complain. So it was the government complaining because the social dialogue was broken. So the employers and workers didn't want to talk. So the ILO came and supported the government to do that dialogue. That's in one case. And in other cases, what happens is, and talking about the capacity of the government to put this in place, is that we have a support from the ILO, technical support and policy advice, and we go and we work with our constituents to train them actually and explain how, where, and what things should be done as an advice. So we're not there to impose things, of course, but it's from the experience that we have working in almost 200 countries for 100 years already, so we come with this technical knowledge. Juste pour répondre à ce que tu disais au niveau des capacités du gouvernement de comprendre, de mettre en place, ce que je viens d'expliquer, c'est que nous, on a du support technique et des conseils de politique, vraiment avec toute l'expérience que l'OIT a. Et normalement, on va faire des formations aux autorités du pays. C'est toujours une délégation tripartite, donc on inclut tout le monde et on fait des grandes sessions de formation. They ratify them. Actually, they can. So the ratification is only for conventions because the recommendation they can follow or not.
But they can choose not to.
Yeah. If they don't want, they don't ratify the convention. And then it's our job from the ILO to promote them and to make that most of the countries ratify. But there are, of course, some countries that they don't want to because of political reasons, etc. So, for example, the minimum wage, I think that it's one of the conventions that is the less ratified because, of course, it has a lot of implications. Yes. Check the guide that we just launched, the actually meaningful youth engagement, because it has different parts on rights that are really crucial. So that's something that can be used, for example, for awareness raising and for capacity building. So I think that's quite useful and powerful, especially for trade unions and employers organizations. So it's really the basics. And you have access it with the stickers that we distributed yesterday with the QR code. You will find it. Sure, yeah. So, sorry, 2 words. Just, je sais pas si tu veux en 2 mots.
Classic problem that always arises when we talk about health and safe working environment is that the government always tell us that they don't have enough officer to inspect the whole enterprises, the whole companies. So this is always repeating every time. In my country, Indonesia, we do have the same problem, and surprisingly, yesterday I spoke lady from Korean Labor Inspector Office. They had the same problem a couple of years ago. But then the government constantly increasing their number of government officials to inspect the whole enterprises. And the other thing that I think we can learn from their experience is that the central government delegates the inspection to the local government. bigger companies. This kind of thing probably could help the government to effectively oversee the safe and health, creating safe and health working environment. The youth should push the government to constantly increase the number of government officials to inspect this one. And actually, we have also international labor standards on labor inspection. So that's something that countries follow. But again, the problem is that the resources that you put into it. So there are countries, governments that they have the money, so they can increase the inspection. There are others that they don't. So we were talking, it was which country? I think that, if I'm not mistaken, it was Uzbekistan or Kazakhstan, one of both. Actually, the problem is that the labor inspectors were completely overwhelmed, and then they have problems with the well-being. So it was really this life-work balance that was completely ruined because there were really few. I think that in a city of about 1 million inhabitants, that were a kind of spot of small-size enterprises, there were only 2 inspectors, so they couldn't manage to do all the work. So that's important. But again, it's all about resources and priorities, of course. Anybody else? Don't forget that we need to be focusing to 1 or 2 actions. So really in France they have a very efficient system actually, but what is working really good is that they are really focusing on the prevention. So really they are just preventing, for example, accidents in the working place. So that's really the key because they don't wait until something happens. So it's really all this prevention, all this as well awareness raising, and how they manage to get companies into place. So once the system is set and then they get used to it, so it's really a flow. And that's a very efficient system, by the way. And actually a big example of that, talking about prevention and exactly what you mentioned, you remember it was, I don't remember the year, but what happened in Bangladesh, in the Rana Plaza. So that the whole building just went down, collapsed, and so many people just worked in, the conditions were already bad. But then so many people just passed
Hello.
away because of a huge accident.
How are you guys doing?
And that's really their reference for this. So saying we really need
2 more minutes?
prevention and we cannot let
2 minutes? 2 minutes, Harim? 2 minutes? All right.
No, I am here.
Even if you have the right to strike, but they can also still block it.
1 minute?
Okay, so we've got more secure work. That's one of them. Like, if people have more secure work, they can more readily access funding, yada, yada, yada. What was the other one?
So about corruption itself, so it's fine. We're going to proceed that way, but we need to be a bit diplomatic because then we have government. I think that then we will see how we tweak it, but please say it as it comes. But just we need to be a bit careful on the language that we're using, but it's the reality. So now it's your voices, so please use it. But just to prevent you that there are some things that we do.
Okay. Okay. So I'm going to invite the rapporteurs. So who is reporting from this table? My favorite table? Come. Which? Favorite? Okay. Table 8. Come. Okay. You have a rapporteur? Harim? Rapporteur? Okay. Number 1. Ready? Okay, voila. You are?
What? To dance? Like this? It's okay. Can I start? Yeah? Okay. So my name, for the ones who don't know me, my name is Nikola Bobic. I come from Serbia, and I'm here to represent table number 1. So we had a task to explain what 2 actions would be most effective in providing and protecting right to equality and non-discrimination and freedom from violence and harassment. We were clear that the most important points are strengthening the enforcement and reporting mechanisms at local level, which means that provincial and local authorities should establish accessible, youth-friendly systems for discrimination. When I say like this, it is very important that victims of harassment has a right to report their harassment without retaliation. In this way, the very important figure is labor inspection, and cooperation between youth and labor inspection, who is going to organize call center where the victims of harassment can report anonymously what happened, and then on the other part, in that way, labor inspections can control employers and
punish them if the harassment actually happened at the workplace. Also, which is very important to say, is mandatory prevention policies and training for employers. So in order to punish someone, you need to teach him what is allowed, what is not allowed. So it's actually a requirement for employers to adopt zero-tolerance policies on discrimination and violence, supported by regular training on gender equality, diversity, and harassment prevention, with a specific focus on young workers, interns, and sorry, I just lost my mind, and types of workers that are actually the most harassed. How can youth position themselves in this dialogue? Well, in the first place, by organizing and speaking collectively through youth organizations, trade unions, and student and worker associations to ensure their lived experience of discrimination and harassment is visible in policy discussions. Also, by co-creating solutions with governments and social partners, contributing data, testimonies, and recommendations to shape inclusive workplace policies and monitoring frameworks. It is very important that we established like a three-party dialogue between students, between youth unionists, and between media. So, for example, young trade union activists can enter universities and high schools because there are people who are going to enter the labor market, so they can teach them what is harassment, what can happen, and actually to present them the testimonies from the labor inspection, of course completely anonymously, and of course there is a pressure for a media to support the work, so basically we can raise awareness in public for everyone can see what actually can happen at the workplaces. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicola. So we're going to move to table number 2, and if I can ask you guys to be as brief as possible so that we keep more or less within schedule.
Hello. Table 2 covered the right to safe and healthy working rights. And the two main topics that we covered were education, mainly for employees and for youth. So making this information accessible to youth, ideally before they join the workforce, so that they know what their rights are before they start work, and also for employees so that they can effectively assess and raise issues in the workplace and protections for employees when they do speak up and call out issues. Another thing we discussed was having independent health and safety organizations to support the management for employees in assessing and mitigating health and safety risks for their employers, such as having like health and safety policies and occupational health programs, and also to ensure that employers are held to account for adhering to those policies. To support this by having local officials that can manage those responsibilities at local levels. And how youth can position themselves in this dialogue is by having employee participation in the management and health and safety in the workplace, so they can support workplaces in identifying and mitigating any risks, and by providing opportunities for youth to be involved in the creation and management of health and safety policies.
Thank you. Thank you. I just realized, is group 7 ready, since you are covering the same topic? Okay, come. Thank you.
네, 안녕하십니까. 한국에서 활동하고 있는 기호운입니다. 저희 7번 조에서도 이제 같은 이야기를 했습니다. 좀 이야기를 간단하게 하도록 하겠습니다. 크게 저희는 정리를 이제 이러한 일들의 배경 그리고 원인 그리고 방법, 그리고 우리가 중요하게 생각해야 되는 것은 무엇인가라고 나누어서 정리를 했습니다. 몇 가지 한국의 배경을 먼저 말씀드리겠습니다. 특성화고등학교라는 학교에 다니는 학생들은 현장 실습 과정에서 일터에서 다양한 위험과 불법적 상황에 놓여 있습니다. 이공계 대학원생 연구자들은 실험실 과정에 실험하는 과정에서 사고를 당하더라도 보호받지 못하는 현실에 놓여 있습니다. 배달 노동자 역시 플랫폼 업체의 정책에 의해서 위험하게 일할 수 없는 환경 속에서 놓여 있습니다. 청년들이 직장에서 괴롭힘과 부당행위 속에서 어떻게 대처해야 할지 모르는 상황도 빈번히 발생하고 있습니다. 늘어나는 청년 세대 프리랜서가 경험하는 차별과 폭력도 마찬가지일 겁니다. 그리고 OECD에서 가장 높은 비율을 보이는 한국의 산재 사망률 역시 같은 배경이라고 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같습니다. 이러한 원인은 무엇일까요? 직장 내 위계적 관계, 플랫폼 업체가 노동자를 착취하는 형태의 운영 방식, 한국에서 성인이 되기 전까지 받지 못하는 노동인권 교육, 부실한 노동안전 관리와 사용자의 무관심, 서로 책임을 넘기는 정부 부처와 기업들, 그리고 프리랜서와 같이 혼자 일하는 것으로 인해서 보호받지 못하고 말할 곳도 없는 현실이 이러한 문제들의 원인인 것 같습니다. 우리는 이러한 원인에 대해서 크게 세 가지 틀에서의 방법을 이야기했습니다. 큰 틀에서는 노동자로 인정받지 못하는 영역의 노동자를 노동법 안으로 포섭해야 합니다. 더불어 최소한의 사회보험으로 노동자들이 일하는 환경에서 최소한 사회안전망으로서 보호받을 수 있도록 만들어야 합니다. 두 번째, 청년 세대 직장에서 부당행위를 경험했을 때 어떻게 처리해야 하는지 최소한의 교육이 이루어져야 합니다. 특히 이미 제도가 형성되어 있음에도 잘 알지 못해서 보호받지 못하는 현실이 너무나 많습니다. 나아가 청년들이 이러한 교육에 있어서 청년들이 직접 교육의 주체로 당사자로 참여하는 것도 매우 중요한 부분입니다. 세 번째는 무엇보다도 우리가 오전 세션에서도 이야기했겠지만 이러한 이야기들을 함께 서로 나누고 정보를 공유하는 것을 통해서 우리 스스로 청년들이 자신들의 건강과 일할 수 있는 환경을 보호하는 것이 무엇보다 중요하다고 생각을 합니다. 중요한 것은 우리가 직접 목소리를 낼 수 있어야 하며 우리의 목소리가 정책에 반영되고 그것이 변화를 이뤄내야 한다고 생각을 합니다. 그리고 이러한 목소리가 모여서 결국에는 일터에서 건강 불평등과 안전 불감증을 없앨 수 있는 기반으로 나아갈 수 있다고 생각을 합니다. 한국 정부와 사용자는 실제로 이러한 부분에 대해 여전히 사실 많은 관심이 부족합니다. 그렇기에 다시 한번 중요한 건 우리 당사자의 목소리라고 강조하고 싶습니다. 구체적으로는 나아가 노조가 아니면은 노사정 회의에 참여하지 못하는 구조도 바뀌어야 됩니다. 노조도 열려야 되고 노사정도 열려야 합니다. 거기에 청년이 당사자로서 주체로 함께 참여해야 합니다. 청년 주체가 결국에 이러한 안전한 일터와 우리가 건강하게 일할 수 있는 환경을 만들 수 있을 거라고 저희는 이야기를 나눴습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. I'm going to call table 8, so we finish the discrimination. Oh gosh.
안녕하세요. 저는 8조에서 온 장지연이라고 합니다. 저희는 청년의 일터에서의 평등할 권리, 폭력으로부터 안전할 권리를 위해 청년이 단순한 보호 대상을 넘어 해결의 주체, 즉 공동 리더로 나서는 길을 제안하고 싶습니다. 첫째, 평등과 비차별을 위해 법적 보호의 사각지대를 없애야 합니다. 지금 수많은 청년들이 플랫폼 노동자라는 이유로 혹은 작은 사업장 소속이라는 이유로 근로기준법의 보호를 받지 못하고 있습니다. 또한 교사나 공무원이라는 이유만으로 시민으로서의 정치 기본권을 박탈당하고 있습니다. 우리는 요구합니다. 고용 형태나 직업의 종류가 차별의 근거가 되어서는 안 됩니다. 또한 니트나 경계성 지능장애 청년처럼 사회적 편견 속에 있는 이들의 목소리를 정부가 직접 듣는 심층적 경청의 자리를 마련해 주십시오. 그들의 이야기가 곧 가장 실효성 있는 정책이 되리라고 생각합니다. 둘째, 폭력과 괴롭힘으로부터 안전한 일터를 위해 신고 시스템을 민주화해야 합니다. 상사에게 괴롭힘을 당해도 그 상사에게 직접 보고해야 하는 지급의 수직적 제도와 구조로는 청년을 지킬 수 없습니다. 내부 해결이 어려울 때 노동위원회 등 외부 기관이 즉시 개입할 수 있는 외부 연결망이 필요합니다. 아울러 건설 현장의 여성 노동자를 위한 시설 기준 마련이나 악성 민원에 시달리는 공무원을 위한 보호 조치처럼 젠더와 직무 특성을 고려한 구체적인 안전 가이드라인을 청년 당사자가 직접 만들 수 있게 해주십시오. 마지막으로 청년을 이 변화의 공동 리더로 해세우는 핵심 메커니즘은 교육과 연대입니다. 사회의 첫 발을 내디딘 청년에게 필요한 것은 단순한 지식이 아니라 부당함에 맞서 구제받을 수 있는 방법을 배우는 실천형 시민 노동교육입니다. 그리고 파편화된 개인주의를 넘어 노동조합과 커뮤니티를 통해 서로를 지키는 연대의 경험이 필요합니다. 청년은 미숙한 존재가 아닙니다. 우리의 목소리가 정책이 되고 우리의 연대가 안전망이 될 때 일터의 민주주의는 비로소 완성될 것입니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. So now we're moving to the right to social security. So these will be groups 3 and 6. Thanks. So number 3 first.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Cecilia Santana y vengo en representación de la Confederación Sindical Internacional del Comité de Juventudes. A nosotros nos correspondió, al equipo de habla hispana, nos correspondió el tema de derechos de seguridad social. Sabemos que la seguridad social constituye un derecho universal y un derecho humano, sin embargo, en muchos de nuestros países se vincula directamente al trabajo y no creemos que deba ser de esta manera. Consideramos que como acciones contundentes desde el movimiento sindical podemos impulsar la creación de un sistema de seguridad social que sea solidario e incluyente. Esto quiere decir que aquellas personas que no puedan contribuir a un sistema de seguridad social también puedan tener la cobertura para acceso a derechos farmacéuticos hospitalarios. Me refiero específicamente a trabajadoras del hogar, a trabajadoras del campo o trabajadores del campo, a aquellas personas que se dedican al trabajo de cuidados y que no tienen una manera de remunerar esto directamente a un sistema, para que puedan tener estas garantías de seguridad social. También desde el sindicalismo proponemos elaborar campañas de concientización en las que participen no solamente las juventudes, sino también instituciones como lo es la Organización Internacional del Trabajo, que por supuesto que tiene campañas ya elaboradas, que participen directamente los gobiernos, en las que se genere esta concientización de por qué es importante que los jóvenes tengamos acceso a seguridad social. Probablemente nosotros no lo veamos, probablemente un freelancer que esté atrás de una computadora elaborando o trabajando bajo un sistema de datos no ve necesario un riesgo de trabajo, sin embargo sí puede tener un riesgo por burnout. Es por ello que es necesario que tenga asistencia médica. Las juventudes nos enfrentamos a nuevos retos y es importante concientizar desde este diálogo en las juventudes por qué necesitamos estas garantías de seguridad social, por qué debemos de llegar a cierta edad con acceso y derecho a una pensión, cuando no podamos continuar trabajando o cuando queramos cesar o simplemente descansar. Ahora bien, nosotros pensamos que las juventudes deben influir en el diálogo promoviendo campañas de organización y afiliación en los movimientos sociales y sindicales, incidiendo y creando un diálogo social incluyente que se articule con los movimientos sociales a otros sectores de las juventudes. Me refiero reitero, a estas personas que se encuentran en el campo, a estas comunidades indígenas, a este movimiento feminista, para promover desde estas comunidades la afiliación a organizaciones sindicales, atendiendo a que la negociación colectiva y la libertad sindical también constituyen derechos humanos. Es importante saber que estos derechos de seguridad social nadie nos los regala, son conquistas que hemos tenido como seres humanos y son conquistas colectivas, porque si bien es cierto que solo se llega primero, también es cierto que en colectivo se llega más lejos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Group 6, yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here on behalf of our group number 6. My name is Nea Laine. We discussed the rights to social security. And what our group came up with regarding the most effective ways to promote and protect social rights, the first thing that came up in our group within the very rich discussions we had is that the rights should be extended to the workers in the informal economy. The second thing we saw is that there should be a high awareness in the society when it comes to social security and the benefits. So people, whether it's in the employer's side, on the workers' side, on the government side, there should be collaboration in order to foster more awareness when it comes to social security. We also covered better governance. We had a extensive discussion on this, how there should be better governance when it comes to social security. Discussions about how youth can be involved in the policy making of these processes were extensive as well. We saw that there should be collaboration between the government and the educational system. We need to see clear pathways for youth to participate in these dialogues. There also should be, let's say, accountability from the young people to us young people. We would like to see that the youth are active in advocacy by ensuring, we want to see a meaningful contribution to ensuring that the rights happen. And the last thing is that we would like to see institutionalized youth participation in policy processes within implementation. Thank you.
Thank you, Nea. So we go with group 4 and then 5.
Right, on behalf of Group 4, we looked at the right to freedom of association and collective bargaining. And one of the key points we looked at, one is awareness creation and the right to strike and have effective campaigns to tackle the problems. 2, we looked at power lies in the hands of the membership. And as young workers, if we're in the unions, then we have the right to strike and campaign. And then we also looked at growing membership for solidarity, and in this it calls for lobbying, effective representation at all levels. It's just not about representation, but also having the fairness and effectiveness there. Then on question number 2, on how can youth position themselves in this dialogue, 1, we looked at lobbying in order to enforce the education system, to have a curriculum that talks about the rights of young workers. By the time we leave the education institutions, we know what our rights are as we join the world of work. Secondly, we looked at the lobbying. Lobbying for the inclusion of youths, for example, in the consultation processes, from the word go up to the last stage, we also need the monitoring and evaluation so that we get someone who is called accountable for the cause. Thirdly, we looked at being very innovative. As young workers, we need to be very innovative so that we are included in the social dialogue. If you come up with good ideas in the changing world, then we shall be called on the decision-making tables. Then we also looked at demand and make good use of our space. If we just sit and see our spaces being used and we don't demand for them, they will still be taken up. So it's upon us to use our space. As we say, membership is power. We need to all come together and be included in the social dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Shanita.
That's the rowdy table of 5 over there.
So we spoke about freedom of association and collective bargaining as well, and I'm conscious that I'm the last thing between now and afternoon tea, so I'll try and be reasonably succinct. We started by talking about the need for the ratification of ILO's conventions 87 and 98. So there's a lot of countries that haven't ratified those conventions, but also for those that have, making sure there's actually compliance with those conventions and that workers can collectively organise. Now, in terms of the sort of actions relating to collective bargaining, we spoke about the fact young people more often than not are in less secure forms of work. So, non-permanent work where they don't have predictable hours, working in the gig economy and so forth. And it's very difficult for workers to be proactive in collective bargaining if they don't have security in their employment. For example, it's very difficult to sit at the other side of a negotiation table with your employer if your employer can cut your hours down to 0 next week. And so a big part of getting young workers participating in collective bargaining is about trying to make sure we have more secure and predictable forms of work for young people. We also talked about the need for actually a bigger stick from government in relation to getting employers to actually bargain in the first place. And using the example from Australia of McDonald's, which is one of the biggest employers of young people in our country, who exited collective bargaining 5 years ago and have refused to bargain with their employees ever since. And it actually took changing the laws in Australia to actually force McDonald's back to the bargaining table. And so we need to make sure that where employers don't choose to bargain, where their workers wish to do so, that there's an ability for workers collectively to bring bargaining back. And the other thing we talked about is it's fine to have rights in relation to collective bargaining and freedom of association on the statute books, but workers don't know what that is. And so we talked about the need to have a positive obligation on employers to actually promote freedom of association and promote the fact their workers can collectively bargain, make it the responsibility of employers to communicate that to their workforce so they know they have the ability to collectively bargain. And then on the final question about young people's voices, we said, let's get them in the bargaining room.
Thank you. Okay, so this was the last group, and this closes the session. We're going now to break for coffee, but before that, I'm going to ask the facilitators of each table to have their coffee with us. Sergio, Radhika, and myself, we can sit over here so we can prepare for the next session. So I'll see you guys. I'm looking at Sergio. What time are we coming back? I can hear you. In 20 minutes. All right. Thank you, guys.
한 가지만 더 안내사항 드리도록 하겠습니다. 20분 휴식 시간이 있는데요. 휴식 시간 끝나고 이쪽을 보시면 저희가 기념품이 준비되어 있어요. 그래서 기념품을 꼭 가져가시라고 전달 사항이 왔습니다. 응원봉하고요. 우리 경기도의 상징인 마스코트 인형을 기념품으로 준비하셨다고 합니다. 꼭 챙겨가시기 바랄게요.
또 무대 좌측에는 커피와 다과가 준비되어 있습니다. 쉬시면서 커피와 다과도 드시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 드디어 이제 대망의 마지막 세션입니다. 지난 3일간의 2025 국제노동페스타의 일정을 마무리하고 우리의 목소리를 세상에 알릴 청년 행동 선언을 확정할 시간입니다. 먼저 선언문에 들어갈 우선순위 행동과 공약을 최종 점검하겠습니다. 5개의 그룹이 선언문의 각 섹션을 맡아서 검토하겠습니다.
네, 다들 잘 아시겠지만 10분마다 그룹이 회전하면서 이 선언문의 모든 부분에 여러분의 피드백이 들어갈 수 있도록 하겠습니다. 이 문서는 여러분 모두가 저자입니다.
그러면 이제 한 그룹씩 토의를 하고 진행해 볼까요?
네, 여러분들의 모든 피드백이 이 선언문 구석구석마다 들어갈 수 있도록 로테이션을 하면서 충분히 피드백을 반영해 주시기 바랍니다. 이 선언문이 완성되면 다시 뵙도록 하겠습니다.
그러면 본격적으로 토의 시작해 주시기 바랍니다.
Hello everybody. So just to explain you a bit how we're going to do this. So there were a bit of change of plans since the version that our great moderators have. So this session is really the concluding session of our event. It brings us to be a bit sad. We're tired, but I think that after 3 days of extensive sessions, meetings, discussions, and very enrichful and very happily encounters with new people, with new friends, I hope. So we're really coming to an end. So thank you very much to all of you for your efforts, for your attention, for your inputs. I think that all the experiences and all the good things that you're bringing to the tables are not only the representation of your institutions, of your countries, but your personal experiences and expertise. And most importantly, you're representing all the young people from your countries, from your regions. So thank you very much about that. And I would like for you to give yourselves a big applause, please. Again, thank you very much. So how this will work? We will keep the same groups. Now you had the discussions on the main topics. So now we're really getting into the fine-tuning of the ideas. So we have 8 groups again, same ones. You're going to work on 2 main points. So those are the drafting points already for the youth call to action. So from the discussions you had on session 3 and 4, you had all your ideas, all your proposals in mind. So please take 2 by table. And then you will really focus in on the drafting on those 2 points. You have your moderators that are the members of the Secretariat who will be working and finalizing the document in the weeks coming. But the main point of this call to action are those 2 ideas that you will develop now. So you will have some time to discuss and to work on them. You will see the example that I presented in the first day on the screen. Please. So there's the explanation that you will have 2 points to develop, and this is the example. So the text might be in that form. So you're inspired by that, but you have your ideas and your discussions. So please work on 2 points. They need to be fine-tuned so we can have a first rough draft of the youth call to action. So this call to action is yours. So please put your heart in your mind, because then from our side, from the Gyeonggi province, from the ministry, and especially at the global level from the ILO, we're going to promote and bring this to visibility. So your voices are important. Please take really the heart on it. And then let's move on with this. Again, this is not only for you, but with you and by you. Thank you very much, and we will meet afterwards. We will define 2 persons who will be given the return after the group returns. We will identify 2 people from the Secretariat giving the feedback and the insights. So thank you very much, and see you in a bit. Enjoy.
not part of the secretariat, but I will be helping you.
We miss also
Yeah, they will come. So I think that the main thing that we need to focus on is really 2 points that we really want to raise and have it reflected in the document. I don't know who wants to be the one, the reporter that will be given. So now the idea is really to have 2, as you can see, phrases, paragraphs, but the idea that is really deepened and developed. So we can facilitate the work of the secretariat members. Yeah, actually what we need to take into account is it needs to cover green, digital and rights. Then if you want to focus on 2 of them, fine. If you want to cover, for example, as we did in the sessions, green and digital in one and then rights in another. So it's really up to you.
and we have those 5 frameworks that we need to base.
Yeah, actually that was the basis of the discussion that we had. So you did it, I would say, not in an implicit way, because you were talking about skills, you were talking about enterprises, you were talking about policies, so it was really the basis of the discussion.
So we start with this. We need to give 3, right?
2.
2. Okay, okay, we have an example.
So that's more or less the language that we will use, but you are free to put however you want. So it's really a call to action. This document we will bring, as we were saying, to the governments, workers and employers at the global level, so they see what we're coming up from.
Okay. So what we discussed a lot before. Okay, let's wait for it. What we discussed a lot. What was the thing that was repeated the most times? Which one? From all the discussions we had. Education. This was number 1. Policy. I heard a lot about and policy. Youth policy. Yes, youth engagement. And
Not about us, without us.
yes, we will use this, phrase it in this way, that young people should be in the center of the decision-making process.
And I think these 2, they should pair together really well.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the reasons that youth are excluded from like these discussions and policies and things is because they seem to not being educated or experienced in everything. So additionally, like we need to be having the education in order to sort of actively engage in the process that actually make a difference and not discriminating against people for being young to teach them.
So youth to youth communications and all this.
Yeah. And then providing like we're talking about the mentorship, that can be a big part, not just in like normal rights and workplace from like individual, but also in relation to like policy aspects, having a mentorship program for youth to help them get more involved, engaged in
Mentorships could be also related with policy.
I see that you're really embedding everything a bit together. That's absolutely, and that's the beauty of all this, because I'm sure that things will come from the other tables that will be similar. So that's the work of the secretariat, that they will need to really to put those things together. Because I'm sure that we're going to have repeated things. But it's great because, for example, we're having an integrated, comprehensive approach. So I think that that's what it's reflected in your discussion. So that's really good.
Okay, we said about, yes, fair conditions, digital work, all those counts
actually it needs to be an action. So it's, and also youth at the forefront is actually its impact. So, but it follow the example. For example, it's really promote, encourage. So it's really a message that will be strong. Yeah, for example.
Yeah, but not position. Something more.
Education to employment pathways.
Establish.
It's your word.
What about a clear line of sight between education?
Yes.
A clear line of sight. So a line of sight.
So I say establish.
No, it's not yet. Well, you could do, yes.
Connect.
Develop a clear line of sight. Sight. S-I-G-H-T.
Ah, yeah, exactly. Develop the line of sight. Around. Tailoring education programs according
That's the problem we have at the moment. There is a clear line of sight for
For graduates?
Yes.
Probably not for everyone.
bridging the gap. There is a gap between what after the graduation what students and young people think they can do and what companies are actually asking for. We say reaction, we say what will be the solution. We want to develop a clear line of sight from education to employment. This is the what we want to do. Who the actors will be? Of course, ministries of education should be a core player. In collaboration, and here is where we need to include, because we were discussing before that we are talking about sending to, yeah, so ministries of education in collaboration with young associations and educational experts, because how, yeah, I mean ministries include education experts, and I want to
It varies.
and employers. We need to include employers. How we can do this. We want to say now the who. We said the action, develop a clear line of sight for education and employment. We need to say who will be part of this.
Yes, yes. It's the labour force.
Yeah, those are two different things.
Yeah, but you need them both involved to
Yeah,
have
to
the
unite them in collaboration with the young association, giving them a voice.
Yeah.
And industry voice.
Yeah.
saying that employers' representatives are usually old. I was just saying that. I didn't mean you to write that.
Okay.
Well, no, it's that just employers are normally more older than.
They tend to be older. You do often find,
No, but it's fine.
union
You
organisations.
should keep it. What you can put to make it really more explicit is the young employers and young workers representatives. So you put young employees.
The second one. The second one, which will be? We said youth at the forefront of the decision-making role. Huh?
For the policy development.
For the decision-making processes, yes.
Yes, I think we spoke a lot about creating opportunities and spaces for youth to get involved from both a local and a national level.
Creating
Hi everybody, I see some smoke coming out of your heads. So thank you very much. I think that it was an intense work, and I see that I was hearing and listening and reading what you're putting in your screens, and this is something that it's coming really good. So thank you very much for that. So I will be calling the rapporteurs from each group, please. So if you can come and do as we did in the last sessions, you will be on the spot, please. The rapporteurs coming here, one by one. That's the last effort. Then we will have an impression from the Secretariat, and with that, we will be closing the session. So I see that the first group, group 1, is coming. So please.
Hello, I'm Chloe, speaking for Group 1. Our first point is invest in youth entrepreneurship through support for marginalised youth and women by providing access to training, finance and markets to help them grow businesses and to create decent jobs in digital and green economies. And our second point is to institutionalise meaningful youth engagement in local economic policy making to ensure the representation of youth and underrepresented communities in shaping policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will be calling the next group, please. And I see already that you're putting an integrated approach. So that's really great because you're encompassing a lot of topics on each of the proposals. So that's really something that we're looking for. So thank you very much for that.
Buenas tardes a todos y todas. Pido disculpas por la voz, ya que estoy un poco difónica. Mi nombre es Valeria Altamirano, vengo en representación de la CSI y de la mesa de las hispanohablantes y los hispanohablantes que estábamos allí. Bueno, construimos en perspectiva dos llamados a la acción que esperamos puedan concluir o aunar los criterios que abordamos anteriormente. Uno de ellos es garantizar la inclusión y la participación de la juventud en espacios concretos de tomas de decisiones y creación de políticas públicas a través de un compromiso de los actores sociales como el gobierno, empleadores y trabajadores y de espacios de formación en diálogo social y negociación colectiva. El segundo llamado a la acción es promover que al menos el 5% de la financiación climática global se destine a proyectos liderados por juventudes o con participación juvenil significativa, que permita así la creación de empleos decentes y verdes para los mismos.
Gracias, muchas gracias. And you see, this is the spirit. She's losing her voice because she was talking a lot, bringing all the ideas on, sharing all the ideas together. So please.
Hi, I'm Young from Group 8. 안녕하세요. 저는 한국에서 청년, 노동 그리고 운동을 공부하고 있는 박사과정에서 공부하고 있는 정보영입니다. 저는 8조를 대표하여서 나왔는데요. 저희가 정리한 내용을 말씀드리겠습니다. 먼저 지역의 정책을 결정하는 자리에 청년 당사자들이 참여하는 것은 당연합니다. 그러나 연령상으로 단지 젊은 사람이 협상 테이블에 앉는 것만으로는 부족합니다. 저희 테이블의 정부 측 참여자는 대표성의 문제를 지적했습니다. 청년의 대표자가 청년을 실질적으로 대표하기 위해서는 청년 활동가를 키워내는 노력이 필요합니다. 지역 정부의 역할도 중요하지만 지역의 시민사회 또한 적극적으로 청년 활동가를 양성해야 합니다. 반면 정책 과정에 참여해 보았던 청년들은 말해봐야 들리지 않는다고 말합니다. 반영하겠다고 했지만 최종 결정에서는 빠지는 일이 빈번하게 발생했습니다. 청년들의 참여는 의사결정의 반영으로 되돌아와야 합니다. 지역 정부는 청년 참여의 실질적인 권한을 약속해야 합니다. 단순한 의견 청취에만 머무르지 않고 그 반영의 여부와 그 이유를 구체적으로 피드백해야 합니다. 두 번째 제안입니다. 우리는 거대한 산업 전환의 시대에 살고 있습니다. AI를 포함한 디지털 전환, 그리고 녹색 전환이 이미 우리의 삶을 바꾸고 있습니다. 이는 위기인 동시에 기회가 될 것입니다. 새로운 일자리와 작업장이 만들어지는 기회의 순간, 청년들이 새로운 일자리를 갖게 되는 그 순간에 세 가지 원칙, 지역 균형, 녹색, 그리고 젠더 평등을 반영한 일자리가 되도록 제도화해야 합니다. 예를 들어 저희 조에서는 새로운 전기차 시설이 만들어질 때 여성 화장실 설치 의무화, 여성의 신체에도 적합한 생산 시설의 설치를 법적으로 의무화하도록 하자는 제안을 나누었습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Please, the next group. Thank you.
Bula, my name is Rakin. I'm from the Employees Federation. Hello to all my union friends. What we have worked on is foster meaningful social dialogue between all tripartite stakeholders such as employers, unions, government to build solidarity and trust, reform and enforce fair policies on all stakeholders, on freedom of association and collective bargaining, capacity strengthening of young people on labor rights so that they can be meaningfully advocate on their own rights and engage on social dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we see that there are some commonalities, but it's really great to see your work. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, I'm Grace and I'm from Group 6. Our calls to action are firstly, invest in large-scale awareness and education to shift public and institutional mindsets, recognizing that green and gig jobs are real, valuable, decent work, while strengthening workers' rights to social security so young people can access safe, entry-level opportunities and partake in a meaningful voice in decision-making. The second call to action is to adopt a holistic youth employment policy framework that strengthens the right to livelihood by expanding affordable internet infrastructure, inclusive financing, and fair market access in the green economy, while ensuring representation from diverse youth, including youths who are women, differently abled, sexual minorities, rural youth, and migrants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are really covering it all. Thank you. Please.
So to show our collective power, we came with two people.
The first call to action is develop blended finance mechanisms for youth-led green and digital businesses that distribute risk across governments, financial institutions, and business support organizations such as NGOs, training providers, industrial chambers of commerce, etc., to ensure climate and digital entrepreneurs are eligible for and have access to financing to scale their business and create new green jobs.
So the second call for action is demand that employers guarantee an enabling and secure work environment where young workers can freely organize, exercise collective bargaining rights without fear of retaliation through strengthening legal protections, upholding freedom of association, and promoting genuine social dialogue to secure fair wages, safe working conditions, a voice for young people, a dignity at work for all.
Great, thank you very much. And we're going to the almost last group. 2 more to go, please.
Hello, my name is Effie. I'm from Greece. I'm representing group number 2. Sorry, we came a little bit later because we were struggling on finding the words to describe all those that we have been discussing. I wanted to thank you, all of you, just as I had the chance, because I got super inspired those days. I've never had the chance to be again in those large group discussions, so thank you. And I will share with you our proposal. First would be to develop a clear line of sight from education to employment, sharing insights, of course, from the local tripartite task forces, government, employers, workers, and youth to improve youth employability and ensure training supports decent work corresponding to the emerging needs. And the second one would be to create meaningful engagement opportunities and setting the stage for youth voices at the center of the decision-making processes. These will be spaces where youth are emboldened to represent themselves and influence the decision-making process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Effie. And last but not least, please, last group.
안녕하세요. 한국어로 하겠습니다. 그룹 7의 의견을 모아서 나온 이유나라고 합니다. 저희가 콜 투 액션 중에 2가지 마련한 방안을 하나씩 말씀드리겠습니다. 첫 번째는 청년들의 사회 연착륙을 목적으로 지역 특성을 담은 노동 인권 교육을 시행하고 이러한 교육을 마련하는 의사결정 과정에 청년 참여를 보장하라라는 것입니다. 구체적으로는 초중고 교육 과정의 노동 인권에 대한 교육을 의무화하고 사회 초년생 또는 구직 단계의 청년에게도 생애주기 특성에 맞는 교육이 이루어질 수 있도록 교육 과정과 교육 강사도 육성하는 방안들을 강구하길 바랍니다. 2번째 포인트입니다. 기존의 노사정 방식에서 담지 못하는 청년 노동자들이 자유롭게 자신의 의견들을 개진하고 또 커뮤니티를 형성할 수 있도록 청년 노동자 당사자 커뮤니티가 의견 개진 및 정책 과정에 참여할 수 있는 권한과 목소리를 부여하고 그런 방안을 지역정부 차원에서 마련할 수 있기를 바랍니다. 또한 지역사회 기반의 청년 당사자 커뮤니티가 구조적으로 장기적으로 건강한 네트워크로서 운영될 수 있도록 인프라 등을 지원해야 할 것입니다. 여기까지입니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. I would just share with you how impressed I am about the different points. So really, I think that all the discussions that we've been having these days are really fruitful, and we're happy to see your engagement and the powerful messages that we're already getting. So we're coming to the end. So I will call the very good job that you've been doing in the tables. So all of you, also all the support from the Youth Secretariat members. So again, thank you very much for volunteering to be part of this team. And I will call to 3 of them to give some concluding messages, impressions, and the next steps about this youth call to action. So we have your points that are the drafts of the document. And along with the Secretariat, we'll be working in the next weeks to fine-tune the text, to create a preamble and to have a final document that will be shared with all of you and will reflect really all the discussions and all the efforts that you have been putting. So let me call 3 representatives of the Secretariat. So I will start with Harin from Korea, please. Fabricio from Argentina. And finally, Vicky, please come to the stage.
네, 안녕하세요. 그 청년 사무국의 한국에서 온 원하린이라고 합니다. 어떻게 보면 길다면 길고 짧다면 짧은 노동 페스타 기간 동안 생각보다 그룹별로 굉장히 다양한 논의들이 오갔는데 제가 놀랐던 것은 사용자, 노동자, 그리고 정부의 입장이 어떻게 보면은 미래 노동 문제와 관련해서 조금 다른 입장을 가질 줄 알았는데 미래 괜찮은 일자리 그리고 미래 기후 대응 사회와 그리고 디지털 전환을 대비하는 사회를 위해 우리가 어떤 방향으로 나아가야 하는지에 대한 의견은 모두가 같은 방향을 바라보고 있다는 것을 알았습니다. 청년들이 앞으로 괜찮은 일자리를 가질 수 있도록 교육 그리고 청년의 대표성 확보 그리고 청년의 의견 수렴뿐만 아니라 의견 반영을 보장할 수 있는 그런 법적인 제도적인 노력들도 같이 필요하다라는 이야기를 나누었는데 저희가 노동 페스타 기간뿐만 아니라 이 이후에도 저희들의 그 청년의 괜찮은 일자리를 위한 행동 촉구 계획을 계속 작성하고 또 의견을 나눌 예정이니 또 많은 관심 그리고 많은 교류가 있었으면 좋겠습니다. 네, 감사합니다.
¿Qué tal? Bueno, mi nombre es Fabricio de Vincenzo, soy economista de la Unión Industrial Argentina, que es la cámara empresaria más importante de mi país. Bueno, en función de lo que ya comentaron todos mis compañeros, creo que todos los grupos hicieron un muy buen trabajo. Yo puedo hablar por el mío, que la verdad que el diálogo fue muy fructífero. Hubo una participación activa de cada uno de los participantes del grupo, así que eso es algo para destacar. Y sobre todo que se pudieron llegar a ideas concretas, bien claras, y que sobre todo que dejaran conformes a todos los participantes de las mesas. Y en este sentido, bueno, el sector privado, yo vengo en representación del sector empleador, creo que el sector privado tiene mucho para aportar en esta discusión de estos 2 días que hemos tenido. Por un lado, bueno, defendemos la creación de empleos, somos empleadores, creemos que es un valor muy importante. Destacamos la importancia del financiamiento, es algo que salió en nuestra discusión de nuestro grupo, sobre todo para los países en desarrollo, que son los que más enfrentan sobre todo la cuestión climática y sus consecuencias. Y también creemos mucho en el valor del diálogo social como vehículo para la creación de empleo decente. Así que muchas gracias por todos estos 2 días y bueno, dejo a mi compañera.
I was wishing I had won my translation piece, but I believe I agree with everything they said and +1 it. I think just to wrap up the discussion, what we've witnessed today is actually social dialogue in action. Around the different tables where we were, we had employers, we had workers, we had government, and then we had other stakeholders. So we've really started to lay the foundations for what we should put out there in practice. And even beyond the social dialogue, thinking about what next with the call to action, how do we keep the momentum and what do we do as a group? We've made networks across the 3 days, so what are we going to do to ensure that the different things we've talked about from access to enabling environment, that we go back and ensure that we're changing our systems, we're leveraging place-based approaches, and we're making a difference in the spaces where we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the 3 of you, but representing the Secretariat. Thank you very much. I'm sad we need to close this final working session. We will move to the next one. So a big thank you again to all of you for all your work, for all your commitment. As we heard, social dialogue was part of this festa, and it's really the core value that we're trying to pass. So thank you very much for that. Please, for all the tables, if you can send me your 2 points through WhatsApp. You have my WhatsApp in the group. I'm there. I'm the little ship, so you can go and find me there. Please send me that so we can put all the ideas together. So again, thank you very much, and I will give the floor to our brilliant star moderators. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, 세라유. 네, 고맙습니다. 저희도 뒤에서 보니까 참 이틀 동안 정말 많은 논의들이 오가고 또 오늘 이 노동 페스타에서 정말 많은 청년들을 위한 더 나은 사회를 위한 이야기들이 정말 많이 오간 것 같아서 저희도 참 공감을 많이 했습니다. 많은 비전과 정책이 또 제시된 것 같은데요. 저희가 이제는 본격적인 폐막식을 위해서 또 다시 무대에 섰습니다. 이 폐막식에도 또 공연이 빠질 수 없죠.
네, 맞습니다. 본격적인 폐막식에 앞서서 가슴을 울리는 공연이 준비되어 있는데요. 어떤 공연일지 벌써부터 준비가 되고 있는데 기대가 됩니다.
네, 대북들이 또 이렇게 올라오고 있는데요. 이 올라오는 동안 잠시 또 이어지는 순서들 좀 설명을 해드리면 대북 공연이 이어지고요. 그리고 그 이후에 여러분들이 지난 3일 동안 활동하셨던 모습들을 저희가 짧게나마 좀 영상으로 준비를 했습니다. 지난 이틀 동안에 어떤 여정을 또 함께 나누었는지 화면으로 잠시 또 감상하시면 너무 좋을 것 같고요. 여러분들의 활동 영상 잠시 보고 난 후에는 저희가 청년 대표 4분과 함께 이번 활동의 소감을 들어보는 시간을 가지도록 하겠습니다. 그렇게 되면 이제 저희의 정말 마지막 순서의 폐회사가 또 열리게 됩니다.
네.
네, 폐회사까지 청해 듣고 나면 이곳 킨텍스에서 또 함께한 이틀간의 시간이 정식으로 마무리가 됩니다. 가슴이 뻥 뚫리는 멋진 대북 공연이 준비되어 있는데요. 우리 공연단이 올라오는 동안 여러분 먼저 박수로 한번 맞아주실까요?
제가 리허설 때 잠깐 봤는데 정말 격정적이고 열정적인 무대더라고요. 오늘 또 여러분의 청년 선언이 선포되는 날인 만큼 그에 걸맞은 아주 멋진 공연이 될 것 같습니다. 많은 기대 부탁드리겠습니다.
네, 북소리만큼이나 오늘 여러분들이 선포한 이 청년들의 선언이 또 멀리 가슴속에 닿기를 바랍니다. 마이크, 네. 그럼 이제 무대를 대북 공연단으로 넘기도록 하겠습니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 예술마당 살판. 네, 타악 퍼포먼스인데요. 뱃노래 유희를 준비하셨다고 합니다. 청년의 지금과 내일을 응원하는 힘찬 공연 여러분 함께 해주시기 바랍니다. 무대 설치가 완료되면 다시 한번 정식으로 소개 올리도록 하겠습니다. 네, 여러분 정식으로 다시 소개합니다. 우리 청년들의 지금과 내일을 응원하는 힘찬 공연 지금부터 함께 보시겠습니다.
예술마당 살판 팀이 준비한 타악 퍼포먼스 뱃노래 유희입니다. 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
네, 멋진 공연을 보여준 예술마당 살판 팀에게 다시 한번 큰 박수 보내주시기 바랍니다.
우리의 청년 선언을 축하하는 아주
네.
적합한 아주
어우,
멋진 공연이
마음이
아니었나.
진짜 뻥 뚫리는 것 같아요. 네.
그러면 이제는 여러분의 한국에서의 일정을 담은 영상을 또 함께 시청한다고 합니다.
맞아요. 여러분들이 이제 오늘 이곳에서 일산 킨텍스에서는 이틀째 일정을 보내셨지만 15일부터 정말 부지런히 잠잘 시간도 아까울 정도로 진짜 많은 일정을 소화하셨다고 들었습니다.
그러니까요. 이곳에서만 바쁘셨는 줄 알았는데 사실 다른 곳들도 많이 방문하시고
네.
15일에는 YMCA 유스센터에서 토론을 하셨다고 들었고요.
네, 또 경기 광명의 그 기아 오토랜드 방문하셔서 그 현장을 또 직접 보시기도 하고 어제는 이제 저희가 정책의 날을 통해서 정말 많은 분들 또 어제는 노동부 장관님 경기도 도지사님까지 모시고 우리의 노동 정책과 또 지역 사회 역할 초국가적인 범위에서 청년들의 역할까지 많은 이야기를 나눴습니다.
참 짧다면 짧을 수도 있지만
네.
또 한 긴 시간 다들 고생 참 많이 하셨습니다.
그리고 오늘 이렇게 대화의 날을 거쳐서 우리 청년의 선언이 세상 밖으로 나올 수 있었는데요. 그 여정 저희가 짧게나마 여러분들의 활동 사진을 좀 준비했는데요. 지금부터 영상으로 만나보시죠. 네, 와, 아니 우리 오늘 아까 몇 시간 전에 한 것까지 지금 나올 줄이야.
그러니까요.
네.
불과 그제 어제 오늘 오전에 있었던 일들인데도 이렇게 괜스레 마음이 뭉클해지는 건 저뿐만이 아닌 것 같습니다. 여러분의 눈빛도 굉장히 촉촉해진 게 느껴지네요.
그러니까요. 자, 이렇게 저희가 지난 3일간의 여정을 짧게나마 영상으로 만나봤고요. 우리 국제청년단 앞으로도 많은 활동을 이어갈 예정인데요. 앞으로의 행보를 기대하면서 이번에는 우리 국제청년단, 우리 유스 100 여러분들 중에 몇 분을 모시고 그동안 활동에 대해서 좀 소감을 들어보는 시간을 가지도록 하겠습니다.
대표단 4분께서 발표해 주신다고 들었습니다.
네, 세계 각국의 많은 분들이 이렇게 함께 모여서 우리의 일자리에 대해서 많은 경험을 나누고 체험을 했는데요. 총 4분을 모시고 이야기 나눠보도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 우리 한국 대표로는 한채훈 의왕시 의원으로 활동하고 계신 우리 한채훈님, 그 다음에 UN 그룹 청년 대표를 맡고 계신 소피아 첸님, 그리고 호주 노조 대표로 계신 조던 멈펫님, 그다음 핀란드 청년 대표를 맡고 계신 니아 라이네님, 네, 총 4분을 함께 모시도록 하겠습니다.
여러분의 큰 박수로 무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
네, 앞으로 올라와 주세요. 네, 앞으로 저희 함께 무대 중앙에서 함께 이야기 나누도록 하겠습니다. 네, 우리 총 4분이시고요. 그러면 우리 한국 대표 한채훈 의왕시에서 시의원으로 활동을 하고 계시죠?
네, 시의원으로 하고 있습니다.
네, 또 직접 정책에 또 관여를 할 수 있는 그런 자리에서 이번 3일 동안 정말 더 많은 것들을 느끼셨을 것 같은데 어떤 소감들 좀 나눠주실지 이야기 듣겠습니다.
아 예. 일단은 저는 경기도 의왕시의회 의원 한채훈입니다. 통역으로 인해서 적어온 거를 읽도록 하겠습니다. 이번 행사를 위해서 예산과 재정적, 행정적 지원을 아끼지 않으신 우리 경기도청과 ILO 고용노동부 관계자 여러분 진심으로 감사합니다. 국제노동조합 총연맹과 국제사용자기구에서도 귀한 말씀 해주셨습니다. 감사합니다. 한국 국내 노사민정을 대표해 오신 여러분들 감사합니다. 그리고 이번 행사를 주관한 경기도 노동단체 연대회의 관계자 여러분 정말 수고 많이 하셨습니다. 오늘 이 자리를 위해서 수고를 많이 하신 분들 그리고 여기 모인 우리 모두를 위해서 큰 박수 부탁드립니다. 세계 청년 여러분, 지난 며칠 동안 우리는 국경을 넘어서서 뜨거운 연대의 힘을 확인했습니다. 여러분은 다양한 문화와 환경에서 각자의 방식으로 노동의 가치를 실현하고 계십니다. 여러분과의 교류는 우리 한국 대표단 모두에게 잊을 수 없는 영광과 감동을 주었습니다. 특히 청년인 우리가 스스로 변화를 만드는 주역입니다. 시대적 변화를 주도하는 주체가 청년이라는 사실을 확인하는 중요한 시간이었습니다. 우리는 몇 가지의 과제를 해결해야 합니다. 첫째, 노동의 가치가 정당하게 인정받아야 합니다. 둘째, 모든 노동자가 인간다운 삶을 누릴 수 있는 사회를 만들어야 합니다. 셋째, 정규직과 비정규직의 차별적 처우를 단호히 개혁해야 합니다. 넷째, 동일 노동 동일 임금이 실현되어야 합니다. 숙련도 차이에 따른 임금 기준은 다를 수 있지만 숙련도와 상관없는 상황임에도 임금 격차가 일어나서는 안 될 것입니다. 이번 국제노동페스타에서 청년 여러분과의 지혜와 열정을 보았습니다. 이제 여러분은 각자의 국가와 노동 현장으로 돌아가서 새로운 에너지로 실천해 주실 것을 믿습니다. 우리가 함께 꿈꾸는 미래를 열어가기 위해 한국 사회도 더욱 힘차게 나아가겠습니다. 저는 이번 경기도에서의 우리의 만남이 일회성으로 끝나서는 안 된다고 생각합니다. 앞으로 우리 세계 청년들의 만남이 지속적으로 이어지길 희망합니다. 우리는 이미 친구가 되었습니다. 언제일지는 모르겠지만 다시 만날 날을 기약하며 꼭 다시 만날 수 있기를 소망합니다. 제가 선물한 우자 인형도 꼭 간직해 주시고 대한민국과 경기도 그리고 우리 친구들을 기억해 주시기 바랍니다. 2025년 연말 잘 보내시고 2026년 새해 복 많이 받으십시오. 당신의 앞날에 축복이 함께하길 바랍니다. 감사합니다.
네, 소감 잘 들었습니다. 앞으로 의왕시와 또 경기도 우리 청년들을 위해서 더 멋진 정책을 만들어주시는 시의원으로 활동해 주시기를 응원하도록 하겠습니다. 더 멀리 더 높이 가시면 좋고요. 네, 다음 분의 의견 들어보겠습니다. Maybe next we have Jordan. 네, can you share your thoughts?
Yeah, well, I'm a little bit less organized and don't have so good notes, but yeah, what a wonderful few days it's been having everyone together. And can I also just pass on my thanks to the conference organizers, the Gyeonggi government, and all of the officials involved in making this happen. Also, I think a big shout out to the staff, the workers here at the conference center who've done such a wonderful job serving us over the 3 days. I think we should give them a hand for all of their work. One of the things that I think really stood out to me over the last few days is how, I guess, global the challenges we all face are in relation to the changing nature of work, and particularly the difficulties faced by young workers. And whilst there are, I guess, regional and sort of country geographical differences that are bespoke, I do think a lot of the issues we face, particularly in relation to insecure work, the rise of the platform economy, and some of the diminishing of workplace rights we've seen in relation to those changes are not confined by borders. And it's been really pleasing, I think, to hear from all of you over the last few days about what work's been going on in your respective jurisdictions, but also to hear from employers and government about what some of those solutions in a sort of tripartite approach look like. And so it's been really excellent to spend time with you all. I wish we had some more days to spend together to share more of our ideas and stories about what are going on in our respective countries. And I also particularly thought today the opportunity for us to actually communicate with one another and share back in the group were really positive. So thanks everyone for such an epic 3 days, and safe travels to everyone and Merry Christmas as well.
네, 감사합니다. 다시 한번 박수 보내주세요. 돌아가면 또 호주는 이제 겨울일 텐데, 호주가 이제 여름인 거죠. It'll be summer when you go back to Australia, right? I hope you miss this winter. 네, 다음 분 또 영예 이야기 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다.
네, 다음은 핀란드의 청년 대표로 나온 네아 라이네 양에게 오늘 소감 여쭙겠습니다. 부탁드립니다.
Thank you so much. Wow, I think I am still in awe with the great Korean show we had just a few minutes ago. So yes, I'm speechless. I think we could have an applause for that as well. It really took my breath away, but due to time constraints, for the last 3 days, we have been discussing the future of work, job creation in carbon neutral economies, digital economies. We have been discussing the right to decent work for all. We have seen the tripartite in action in the forms of dialogue, policy drafting, and structure. Like mentioned, my name is Nea Laine, and it's obvious to say that I'm most grateful to be here today. As a youth delegate of Finland, I advocate for the rights of young people both at home and in the United Nations. And currently here in my home country, Finland, we are implementing a major reform of employment services. Responsibility for employment and integration services is being transferred to municipalities and regional employment areas, while the central government will focus on guidance, development, and ensuring the nationwide functioning of the system. The goal of this reform is to bring employment services closer to people, better respond to regional needs, and increase employment through services that serve both job seekers as well as the unemployed and the employers too. It also strengthens the collaboration between municipalities, companies, and other local actors to support regions. It's an approach we hope to see recognizing the effective labor policy and that it must be rooted in local realities. Therefore, it has been a pleasure to witness the discussions we've had here today. Our gathering here in the respected province of, maybe you could help me with the pronunciation, Gyönköping, sorry, has once again shown, I think, how essential youth inclusion is in policymaking. I think our hosts have set an excellent example of involving us young people in discussions, decisions, and collaboration. Based on our conversations here at the International Labour Festa, the future of work we want to build is of one that, what I gather from the discussions that we've had, is of one that will actually renew itself. One that acknowledges vulnerability, redefines progress, and prioritizes resilience over endless growth at the expense of work-life balance and community well-being. To conclude, a resilient future is, and it doesn't have to be just a dream, it's a vision we can make real if we dare to pursue it with courage and honesty. Kiitos paljon. Thank you so much.
핀란드의 청년 대표 네아 라인의 양이었습니다. 이 페스타 기간 동안 정말 많은 걸 느꼈구나 싶었고 정말 이 시간이 값졌구나 네아 라인의 양 이야기 들으면서 저도 함께 공감했습니다.
네.
그러면 이제 마지막 소감 청해 듣겠습니다. UN 그룹 청년 대표 소피아 친 양 말씀 부탁드릴게요.
Thank you. When we talk about decent work in the green transition and digital economies, I don't start with sectors, technologies, or even policies. In fact, I start with a simpler question. What actually matters to us as a generation? Because transitions are never neutral. They amplify whatever we choose to value, and if we don't decide together what matters, markets and algorithms will decide for us. I start with places and with people's relationships to those places. Because much of what we call transition is not just acceleration or innovation. It is also a moment of collective mourning. We are grieving lost industries, damaged ecosystems, and broken promises of stability. Many young people are moving forward while carrying that grief. Decent work should not ask them to deny it or outrun it. It should give them the tools to turn that grief into direction and values into work that makes sense for the world we are trying to build together. I've seen this through local youth-led cultural and heritage projects in post-industrial regions. Not tourism as extraction, but tourism as stewardship. Young people working with elders to map industrial memory, fishing practices, migration stories, turning archives, oral histories, and landscapes into paid work by becoming guides, digital curators, community researchers. This is green work, this is digital work, and this is work that value our collective memory. It is decent work because it's rooted, relational, and dignified. I've seen the same in environmental stewardship that many have talked about here. Youth engaged in coastal monitoring and land restoration, forest restoration, not as volunteers, but as trained and valuable workers. Digital tools that help collect data, but the real value came from relationships with local people, with fishers, municipalities, scientists, everyone. Trust is what makes work even more meaningful. And decent work here wasn't just about paycheck, it's about belonging. This is why localization matters, and this has been something we've talked a lot. Localization is not shrinking ambition, but it's the intimacy of knowing a place, its people, its history, its wound, its value. Remote work may scatter us geographically, but I believe that community does not emerge automatically. It must be built brick by brick. Just look at the history that we've seen at the Kia factory as trade unions, cooperatives, and labor movements were built through shared responsibility and relentless determination. From a policy perspective, this may lead to something more concrete because together, I believe we can build legacies that work for us and for future generations by stop training young people for jobs that disappear, but start equipping them to navigate change itself to pass down this legacy. And before going further, I actually want to pause to show my gratitude, and I believe many people would share the same feeling, for all the labor already carried from generation before, but also every single one of us here. The stories that have been shared through the past few days have been so rich, and the extraordinary people that you are, because you have shown up again and again to do this work. Over these past few days, you have made me feel like the future that we want, it's so close, so tangible. Across movements, sectors, communities, I have heard we've all heard stories about organization, negotiation, creation, and how we have held one another through uncertainty. It is a reminder that we already know it, but hope for us is not a choice, it's a discipline. And we have all relentlessly pursued this work because it's all about real people, real dreams, real lives. Workers, employers, communities, governments, everyone alike. We carry a responsibility to one another, and that responsibility means investing in a shared core of capacities, of futures, to help us navigate uncertainties. I believe that these skills are infrastructure for the adaptation we need for what's coming ahead. And for me, this shared capacity to absorb change together is everything. This is what resilience is about. Adaptability and resilience for me is also sustainability. That's what we will be able to continue this work, right? As economies accelerate and work fragments, stability itself becomes very, very hard to trust. So therefore, we need social protection, strong labor rights across all forms of work, safety nets, but also we have to believe that these are not choices. Again, it's about sustainability. There's no green transition built on burnout workers and no digital future built on invisible labor. This is also a moment, an invitation to rethink about relevance and meaning itself. But I think that young people, we already know that we're part of the solution. And we need to not only bring mental shift to people around us, but to everyone in all different sectors. And thinking about how engagement is not about just meeting up, but truly it's in everyday's work of paying attention to people and places. And this is relational labor, and this is also real work. I've also heard a lot of people talking about informality, and this is my last point. Sorry, it's getting a bit long, I understand. But think about all these knowledge that's being lost if we're not truly valuing informality. So a taxi driver who listens to hundreds of stories a week understands a city in ways no dashboard would ever will. A delivery worker knows which streets are more busy and at what time it's more busy, and which buildings are isolated, where are the people who are isolated. So this is not lesser knowledge. We need to bring value and all these new forms and situated intelligence about localization, about everything we know. We have to bring this local knowledge forward. And I hope that we're gonna bring everything that we value as we design jobs moving ahead. Finally, decent work in the end is about being caring and being able to see each other, be seen and see your community, seen by policy, seen by the future we're helping to build together. And maybe that is how we make Sisyphus happy, not by pretending the stone is light, because our road ahead, the work we do is not easy, but by refusing to push alone, by pushing together, by knowing why it matters, and by trusting that even in fast-moving worlds, there are still paths forward if we choose to recognize one another along the way. Thank you.
네, 박수 보내주십시오. Thank you,
사실
Sophia. 네.
소피아 첸 양이 자기 순서 오기 전까지만 해도 심호흡도 계속 깊게 하고 좀 떨리나 보다 싶었는데 이게 다 열정적인 이 소감 발표를 위해서 에너지를 모아둔 게 아닌가 싶습니다.
네, 이
소피아
멋진
첸 양
청년.
비롯해서 대표해서 소감 발표해 주신 네 분께 다시 한번 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
네, 감사합니다. 이제 다시 무대로 내려가죠.
네, 이제 자리로 다시 모시겠습니다.
네. 지난 이틀 동안 저희도 이제 함께하면서 많은 이야기들을 또 엿들었잖아요.
네.
근데 결국에는 참 이 괜찮은 일이라는 것이 결국 일의 본질, 일이라는 것도 사람이 하는 거니까 결국 더 인간다울수록 더 괜찮은 일에 가까워지는구나. 뭐 이런 생각을 좀 했습니다.
저희도 참 많이
네.
배워가는 시간이었습니다.
그러게요. 우리 청년분들의 소감 들었고요. 이제 우리 노동 페스타 모든 세션은 종료가 되었고 이번에는 이제 우리와 함께 또 이틀 3일 동안 함께 해주신 분들의 말을 좀 한번 들어보도록 해야죠.
네.
네.
그러면 폐회사를 청해 들을 텐데요. 2025 국제노동페스타 폐회사를 우리와 이번 일정 내내 함께해 주신 이상헌 ILO 고용정책국장께 부탁드리겠습니다. 국장님 무대 위로 모시겠습니다.
네, 올라와서 한 말씀 나눠 주시면 저희가 잘 듣겠습니다.
I'm not sure this is in the program. I didn't know I'm speaking here actually, so but let me take this opportunity very briefly to thank you all amazing work you have done for the last 3 days. I really truly admire all your energies, also the great inspiration you have and great commitment. I really want to thank you. And also I just want to take this opportunity to thank our colleagues. I don't know, I don't see very well. I can see Sergio, Vitaka, okay, Radhika is there. And where is Susanna? I must say, these three are my best three we have. So you are lucky to have all three from our best. So I want to also take this opportunity to thank you. You don't need to thank me, so that's okay. And also I really want to thank the Gyeonggi province. Actually here we have the deputy mayor here. I really want to thank for extremely professional organizational work and great commitment. I really want to thank you. It has been a very long journey. You can imagine our preparation started almost 8 months ago, I believe. So now it's truly the end of this wonderful journey. I also want to thank our amazing the master of the ceremony. It's great. Just the one take-home message from me. I have attended this kind of conference from time to time for the last 4 or 5 years. You may think we are repeating ourselves. The same messages, same ideas, same commitment. I can say that's not true. I keep hearing something new all the time, something advanced. We are making every time one step forward. And we are also making further steps and advancements all the time, the way we are speaking to each other, the way we are organizing social dialogue, the way we are organizing tripartism, and more importantly, how to make this tripartism social dialogue deliver real outcome for people, especially for young people. So we are making difference, we are making change, we are making a step forward. So in that spirit, I very much look forward to the next occasion in which we are discussing new challenges once again, our brain, our energy together to see what is a better way of our youth life, working life better. So with that note, the ILO once again wants to confirm our strong commitments to work with you all over the course of the year, and also wherever you have issues, we'll be there to work with you, discuss with you, find a solution which can work for everybody. Thank you so much.
이상헌 ILO 국장님의 폐회사였습니다.
네, 정말 아버지처럼 2박 3일 동안 많은 분들을 챙겨주셔가지고 또 많은 분들이랑 정이 드셨을 것 같습니다. 네, 다시 한번 감사의 말씀드리고요. 이제 정말 마지막입니다. 2025 국제노동페스타 폐막 선언을 할 시간인데요. 이 폐막 선언은 우리 김대순 경기도 행정 2부지사께서 폐회사와 더불어 폐막 선언해 주시겠습니다. 무대 위로 모시겠습니다. 박수로 맞아주십시오.
네, 3일간의 대정정 어떠셨어요? 괜찮으셨어요? 네, 3일간 대장정 함께 해주신 우리 ILO, 고용노동부, 또 경기도, 또 노동 관련 여러 단체 여러분께 깊은 감사의 말씀드립니다. 이번 페스타는 청년, 지방정부, 일의 미래라는 주제로 기술 전환과 일자리의 질, 또 권리와 안전, 그리고 거의 실행력을 우리가 한 테이블에 올려놓고 실행 가능한 대화를 시도한 자리였습니다. 지난 개막 스피치에서 김영훈 노동부 장관님께서도 청년의 일자리 문제를 중앙정부, 지방정부, 국제사회가 협력과 연대로 함께 풀어가야 될 과제라고 이야기를 하셨고, 김동연 경기도지사님께서도 청년들의 일할 기회 확대, 노동 기본권의 강화, 대화와 협력이라는 정책 방향을 분명하게 하셨습니다. 경기도는 오늘 논의를 정책의 언어로만 남기지는 않겠습니다. 여기서 저는 지난주 우리와 함께했던 런던대학교 석학 가이 스탠딩 교수님의 기본소득 논의를 잠깐 이야기하고자 합니다. 스탠딩 교수가 말하는 기본소득은 불안정이 상시화된 시대에 국민과 도민에게 무조건적인 소득 기반을 제공해서 삶의 선택과 사회적 기여를 가능하게 하자는 그런 제안입니다. 이는 좋은 일자리의 기반을 우리 사회가 함께 만든다는 문제의식과 맞닿아 있습니다. 경기도의 기회소득은 보편적 기본소득과는 조금 결이 다릅니다. 자본시장이 충분히 보상하지 못했던 사회적 가치 창출 활동이 대해서 정책이 인정하고 보상함으로써 불안정의 충격을 줄이고 기여가 바로 기회가 되는 구조를 만들려고 하는 시도입니다. 결국 중요한 것은 인간적인 삶을 지탱하는 그 바닥과 계층 이동 사다리를 동시에 지지하는 일이라고 생각됩니다. 이 지점에서 저는 이상헌 ILO 고용정책국장님의 책 왜 좋은 일자리는 늘 부족한가에서 인상적인 구절을 하나 말씀드리겠습니다. 고용, 인플로이먼트를 넘어서 일, 워크이라고 하는 패러다임 전환이 필요하다라는 말씀을 하셨습니다. 좋은 일자리는 구호에 그치지 않습니다. 제도는 설계와 집행의 디테일에서 성패가 갈립니다. 특히 노동시간, 산업안전, 차별과 같은 영역에서 규제가 공백이 되면 곧바로 취약한 위험 요인이 노출이 되고 사회적 약자는 그 피해자가 됩니다. 그래서 경기도는 규제를 줄이느냐, 늘리느냐 하는 이런 이분법이 아니고 반드시 필요한 곳에서는 적정하고 일관되게 적용될 수 있는 문화, 불필요한 부담은 덜이고 필수적인 안전망 보호는 단단하게 지키는 현장과 행정의 신뢰를 만들어가겠습니다. 마지막으로 우리가 확인해야 될 중요한 사실은 일의 미래가 국경을 넘는 과제라는 것입니다. 국제적 협력이 중요합니다. 경기도는 ILO, 중앙정부, 그리고 이 자리에 계신 국제적 파트너들과 함께 이번 논의가 각 지역의 실행 과제로 이어질 수 있도록 국제적 연대의 연결고리를 더 단단히 하겠습니다. 다 같이 함께 합시다. We will be together in the future and now. Thank you.
네, 김대순 경기도 행정부지사께서 폐회사로 이렇게 2025 국제노동페스타 폐막 선언을 해주셨습니다.
네.
아쉬운 마음이 좀 가득한데요. 저희가 끝으로는 우리 K-팝 댄스 공연도 준비되어 있으니까 계속해서 조금 더 기다려 주시고요. 저희가 나눠드린 이 응원봉 있잖아요. 이따가 공연 때 쓰시면 정말 K-팝 한국에 오신 느낌을 물씬 느끼실 수 있을 것 같아요.
여러분께서 한국에서 보여주신 열정 그 끝까지 보여주시길 바라겠습니다.
네, 우선 저희가 청년 참여단과 마지막 이 순간을 기념하는 기념사진 촬영을 한번 가지도록 하겠습니다. 폐막선언 한번. 네. 그러면 저희 부지사님 다시 한번 모시고요. 폐막선언 정식으로
잠시만
청해 듣도록
포디움은
하겠습니다.
그대로 둬주시기 바랍니다.
네. 우리 부지사님 다시 한 번만 무대 위로 모시고요. 저희가 폐막을 선언합니다 하면 어떤 이렇게 무대 연출 효과들이 좀 준비되어 있었던 것 같아요. 그래서 한 번만 더 모시도록 하겠습니다.
센스 있게 응원봉까지 챙기셔서
네.
나와 주시고 있습니다. 여러분 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
네.
네, 부지사님 준비되셨으면 폐회 선언해 주시면 되겠습니다.
네. 국제 노동 페스타 폐회를 선언합니다.
네, 감사합니다.
안 했으면 서운할 뻔했네요. 네.
그러니까요. 자, 이 분위기 그대로 우리 모든 청년 유스분들 앞으로 무대 앞으로 모시도록 하겠습니다. 네, everybody please step forward for
우리의 추억을
네.
남기는 사진 촬영이 있겠습니다. 자리에서
네.
일어나셔서 모두 앞으로 무대 앞으로 나와 주시기 바랍니다.
네, 이것으로 오늘 어제 개회식을 시작으로 또 세션 3, 4, 5의 폐막식 행사까지 참석해주신 모든 연사분들과 참가자분들이 함께한 이틀간의 이곳에서의 일정은 마무리가 됐습니다. 저희도 정말 많은 다양한 논의와 현장을 옆에서 체험할 수 있어서 즐거웠습니다.
네.
사진 촬영이 이후에는 K-팝 댄스 공연까지 있으니까 끝까지 즐겨주시기 바랍니다.
저희도
이거 들고 설까요? 같이?
무대 앞으로
네.
이제 가서 함께 사진 찍을까요?
Please everyone move to your right just for a few steps. Maybe in a count of three. Maybe in a count of three. Please take a pose for camera. 1, 2, 3. 네. Maybe one more. 네, 한 번 더 찍도록 하겠습니다. 정면에 카메라를 보고 환한 미소 보여주세요. 하나, 둘, 셋. 화이팅 한번 할까요? 네. 이미 다 화이팅 포즈가 되신 것 같은데 다 화이팅 포즈 한번 하도록 하겠습니다. 네, please raise your maybe right hand. 네. Festa, 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 Festa. Love you all. 감사합니다. 네. 고생하셨습니다. 자리로 돌아가지 말고 무대 아래에서 바로 서서 다음 공연을 즐겨주셔도 될 것 같아요. 저희 두 사람도 오늘 여기에서 인사드리면서 마지막 폐막 공연 소개 올리도록 하겠습니다.
네.
네, 오늘 이 시간 함께해 주신
이었습니다.
고맙습니다. 네, and for last and not least, 또 다른 한 팀의